I'll call to order the special meeting of the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District. Rosie, can you please take the roll call?
Yes, Director Cox. Here. Director Gallagher.
Here.
Director Pimentel.
Here.
Director Tavantes.
Here.
And Chair Nunez.
Here. So first I'll start off by reading a reminder. As you know, these meetings are publicly broadcast via Zoom. Even in the case that the public is not physically present, please consider that participants may be virtual and the meeting is recorded and posted for public viewing. We had no closed session today, so that we don't have a closed session report. Any agenda modification for consideration from staff at this time? No, seeing none, I'll move on to public comment on matters not on today's agenda. Rosie, any raised hands online?
No hands on line.
Okay. Any public comment from people in attendance? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment session now and open it up to any comments from our board members. Anything for everyone?
Any comments on the orientation?
I may have posed the question about sitting in the line. Cause it's hard to like commute,
To commune?
like with your way. So maybe at a later time we can.
People stand up and shuffle.
Actually. Shuffle, but let's do ours.
Fantastic. So any other comments from the board about items not on the today's agenda?
Katie.
Okay.
Ask and we shall repeat.
Seeing none, I will now go on to our discussion items for the day, and starting with item number 1, which is our agenda review and introductions. And I'll tee this up for both Steve and Stephanie. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me today for this board retreat. I am Stephanie Sunshine. I'm a leadership coach and consultant working here in Santa Cruz County. My focus is working with healthcare organizations and nonprofits. And so I'm really happy to have the time with you all today for your board retreat. I just want to note at the outset that I'm walking into today's retreat really inspired by the leadership that this board is demonstrating to improve healthcare in the Pajaro Valley. I believe in the value of good leadership and in good governance, and it's one of the reasons I really enjoy working with boards and have enjoyed serving on boards and serving and reporting to a board in previous roles. And I'm energized by this opportunity to be here with you today and work with you. And I'm saying that because I'm going to ask you a question in a minute in introduction about your connection to this board and what energizes you to this board. So I'm previewing that for you. But first, I want to just touch on our goals and our agenda for the day. So the goals for today are here on the slide, and we've talked about these in our preparations, but what we're hoping that the board comes out of this retreat with is an understanding of its own strengths and weaknesses in its board governance, that you have the opportunity to talk about methods for training and what would work best for you in developing your board leadership, that we have some discussion around what the director role is in support of strategic initiatives, both for the district and for the hospital, and that we identify some actionable outcomes for governance improvement for this board. So those are our goals for today. And we're going to pursue those goals through this agenda. So we're going to have this introductory item. We'll hear from Tony and have some discussion around governance. Steve will talk with you all about mission, vision, and strategic roadmap. Noelle is going to talk with us about Brown Act, which is really important in the execution of your work. I'll share outcomes from your self-assessment, and we'll talk about roles and responsibilities. Nancy is going to talk with us about brand cohesion, and then we'll have commitments in closing. There's 2 opportunities for breaks throughout the time together today, so just know that I'll be monitoring time. We will have to switch sometimes between the PowerPoint and other presentations, so just note that Rosie will just need a minute sometimes to make those transitions, so bear with us as that's happening. And before we go into introductions, I do want to note, and so keep this in mind throughout the day and share feedback if you need to ask questions that, from the board's perspective and thinking about the retreat today, what you said would be a really valuable use of your time would be if collectively you increased your shared understanding of good governance as you're contemplating your role. If we gave some space for this board to have some real discussion, some authentic communication. And if we supported your board's shift from the necessary deeply operational focus in this startup phase towards creating space for you to really think and engage strategically. So we're wanting to create that shift for this board today. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is just to shift into introductions, and I'd invite staff that are here to participate in this as well. So what I'd like to do is to just have you state your name, your role with these organizations, and then what about your service on, if you're a board member, or work with, if you're a staff member, this board is energizing to you. And I can have a volunteer, or I can have us go around the room.
Want to start us, Joe? Sure.
Great.
My name is Joe Gallagher. I'm a retired family practice doc, and I was elected to the board. The question of what energizes me, having worked here for a long time, came in 1986. I think it's as good an example of an organization that I'm willing to sort of put heart and soul in terms of its fairness, its democracy, its role. It's specific to this community, et cetera. So that's me.
Thank you. Tony Nunez. Hi, everyone. My role, for this year, the board chair for both the, healthcare district and the hospital corporation. I think what energizes me, about this is, being able to build something from the very beginning. And although for some of you, you've been here for for several decades and have done an incredible job of continuing all of the work of 129 years, is that right? 28 years of Watsonville Community Hospital. It's just been awesome to work with all of you to help continue this hospital and continue the operations here and to build it out to something that staff and our community and our board are really happy with. So that's what energizes me about this. Marcel?
Hi, my name is Marcella. I'm director appointed to complete John Friel's term until November of this year. What energizes me and the reason I'm doing this is because I'm so excited about having a community hospital again. I mean, I was here for the Blue Ribbon Committee when we had to dissolve it and helping it succeed. Let's not ever lose it again and let's make it be very self-sustained.
Hey, all, Mark and Hemendo, class of '89. Yeah. I say that because this community did everything to me, and I've been inspired in the early 2000s to shift my volunteer role. Shift my volunteer role from, doing other things into healthcare, and that was all about serving our community and trying to give back to our community. And so I just have a massive appreciation for this community, what it does, and the people in it. And I just want, I aspire for us to be the best we can to support our community.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Gabriel Cox. I am the chair of OBGYN here at the hospital as well as at Salud. And I think the thing that energizes me most fits into 3 categories. The first one is that I am the one person in our group who is intimately connected to the patients. So I touch them, I care for them, I listen to them on a daily basis. And so I hope that when I am working with this board, I can face decisions through a patient lens. I cannot pretend to be their voice, but I can hopefully bring some of that perspective. Similarly, I engage so much with the workforce in this hospital, and I really think we in healthcare need to look at the sustainability of our workforce in healthcare. And then thirdly, I think on a bigger lens across this county, there are so many challenges in terms of sustainability for care for many different members of the community, whether it be women and children in obstetrics and pediatrics in all different areas. And so I like the thing that energizes me is looking like 20 years in the future and thinking about how are we going to innovate and address these challenges together.
Steve Gray, CEO. What energized me to take this role still energizes me today, which for many of the board members have heard me say these words before, but the opportunity and the impact, the opportunity for impact, I think is, I mean, it's the stuff that just gets me out of bed in the morning and excites the work that we do. Just being able to think about and already see some of the ways that we can and are partnering with our community organizations, what we've done with Second Harvest, with the food bank, what we've done with, what we're doing with the county to tackle mental health in our youth, and all of the other ways that we're working on collaborations like that to better take care of this community that needs those services so desperately is really exciting.
Nancy Gear, I'm the Director of Marketing Communications here at the hospital, and I came here a little over a year ago, got to take the baton from June. So having gone through all the transition, I got to be the lucky person after the transition. And I guess what energizes me is the work we're doing and the ability to communicate that out. There's so much great stuff happening here, and sometimes just people don't know. And so what energizes me is connecting, being that bridge to the community and connecting what we're doing to how it can benefit this community, and just ensuring that they know all the good things happening here. And the other thing that is cool about my role is that while I am primarily the marketing communications person for the hospital, I also support the board whenever there's press releases that need to go out or what have you. And so I am energized by being that bridge between what's happening here and the board, and ensuring, you know, that we're on the same message and out in that outward communication. So.
Thank you. Good afternoon, June Ponce, Executive Director of Watsonville Community Hospital Foundation. There's many things about this place that energizes me. I think back of, you know, born and raised here, class of 96, go Cats with a Z. I think it's the people. Yesterday I was walking around with the donor, and his expression was, wow, I love the vibe. I didn't know you had this. I love the vibe. This is a good place. And walking down the hallways, he made me stop and say, June, stop. Do I stop? What do you see? And he said, you're going to see a lot of people here in 5 years, and I'm going to help you. And so it's those things, those moments, and how our staff shined, how our building and our community and the people and the patients walking in nourish. It was all a shining moment, and we have so much more to do. And he said, okay, I see what you're doing. Let's do it. And it was more of a, okay, how can I support? So that's what energizes me. The work we're doing here energizes me, and the possibility of an open canvas energizes me.
I'm Lisa Nell. I am administrative support to the executive leadership, medical staff leadership, and board leadership, I hope, as well. I would say what energizes me about working here are the challenges. I thrive on being a part of opportunities to help work through and get success from the challenges, and there have been some, and I just feel that in supporting all those different constituents, there will always be something that I can provide support to, and that makes me feel like I'm contributing to the sustainability of this organization. Also, class of '89 well.
I know. 89.
You don't want me to sing.
I'm Julie Peterson. I'm the CFO, been here for about 18 months. And this is a really exciting place to be. I'm doing things that I have not done in my 30-something years of working. So I am not the class of 96 or 89, any of those wild numbers. But I think, we're doing a lot of things that are, big ticket items and really tremendous work. And I will often say the buck really does stop here because people come to me and ask if they can spend money and I say yes or no. And so I think, probably the most exciting or energizing piece of the work is this really ultimate, grand responsibility of assuring the board, the community, the staff that we're gonna make it and we're gonna make this work and do things. And also educating on what that takes, how we gotta do it, that it's not a slam dunk. And there's such a tight balance there. And so I find that very energizing.
So I'm Phyllis Stark, I'm the Chief Nursing Officer. I'm on week 4. So I think I'm the freshman in this group. So what excites me is really working with this board, working with the physicians to ensure that the promise that we have made to the community, the commitment that this hospital has made is fulfilled by excellence in care delivery, by ensuring that what we are here for is taking care of patients. I mean, and the clinical care is what has to reach out and speak to people. We can make it beautiful and pretty, but if we're not delivering great care, it doesn't matter. So I'm here to make sure that we do, partners with Dr. Cox and other physician partners and the entire team here to keep that commitment.
I'm Margaret Morgan. I'm the interim HR director. And I am excited to be here and contribute while I can for employee engagement, the quality of the work our employees are, providing and building my team up. There in the HR department, they're great and eager to learn more. So I think that I can just see great things happening for this hospital and so come and see it someday in the future as well.
Hello, I'm Matt Cobrandes, I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Watsonville. I really find our mission exciting and what we're trying to do for the community really exciting and motivating, and the challenges that we have on a daily basis also motivating. So to stay with the theme, Watsonville High Class of 90. So that's
You started the trend.
Nobody in the 70s.
I'm with you.
70s, woo-hoo.
Yep. So I'm Noelle Kaufman. I'm general counsel for the district and the hospital. Pinole Valley High, class of 84. So BBK was brought in, BBK, the law firm that I work for, was brought in February or March of 2022 as the transition happened due to our unique experience with healthcare districts in general. We have quite a few healthcare districts that we represent, but what makes this organization and this hospital so exciting is all of our other healthcare districts were founded in 1949, 1952, or a long time ago. And so when you come in, things have been the same for a really long time because they've just been that way. And so having a brand new baby healthcare district that was just starting out and the vision of the community to get the hospital back to a public hospital was really exciting. Stressful at times with things that had not been done before and had not been looked at before. But it was very exciting to see where you've come from and already it's been light speed, I think, where you've gotten to. So we're very happy to be here and help in whatever way we can. And it's been a fun ride.
Rosie Brown, clerk of the board. I've been here almost 9 months now, and I think what energizes me is probably all that there is to learn. And that's both a blessing and a curse, I think. There's a lot, and so I'm very grateful for all of you and the support you've given me. And though today, what's most energizing to me is to keep you all energized. So sugar, caffeine, in the corner. Please keep yourselves nourished throughout the afternoon.
I wanted to end with Rosie because I thought this was a good time to ask for public comment.
Sure.
Probably.
No one online.
Anyone? No one in person? I'm gonna continue to bug you throughout the meeting
Yep.
for that, Rosie. Thank you. So,
Okay. Thank you for spending a few moments just getting to know each other better and thinking about your connection to why you're here today. I'm hearing a lot just in our initial discussion, a lot of commitment, a lot of people who grew up in this community and know what an important resource this hospital is to the community and to your families, and to your own experience. And then there's definitely inclination towards adventure, which is really interesting on the staff and the board side, just in terms of a commitment to making change. So that's a good place to start from a retreat perspective. We're gonna now ask Tony to talk with us about governance.
yeah, so I'm gonna run through agenda item number 2, and that is the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District and Pajaro Valley Healthcare District Hospital Corporation governance. So, whenever you're ready. So just some background. The key focus of today's retreat is governance and making sure that we understand what exactly governance means for both boards. So the board for the healthcare district and then also for the hospital corporation. And what that means for us as a board, but then also for the staff and for our stakeholders as well too. So a big resource for us and something that we'll rely on to lead this half-hour discussion for the board in this presentation is the California Healthcare District's Balancing Government Management Toolkit. And so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next slide where we'll see our 15-minute presentation from the Association of Healthcare Districts, which will which will set the stage for us to have the larger discussion about governance, both for the board and then also for the healthcare district and for the hospital corporation. So.
Give me just one moment.
I'm class of 2010, by the way, so
Oh.
I didn't want to say it, but Wildcats.
Also, with all of these 6 sessions, if you have questions, you may direct those to the staff of ACHD. They will make sure that they get them to me and we can go through that,
There's a lot of information earlier on that is just a lot of
Like introduction.
unnecessary introduction to the whole course and to himself as well, which may or not be as relevant for our time today.
Okay.
But we may in the future want to come back to some of these
Sure.
materials. We'll talk about that later.
Do we feel like we got a good introduction to them?
And the link's there, so we walked it.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
exchanges. So the first of our 5 topics for this that are on balancing governance and management is to really be clear about what do we generally mean by governance and what is generally meant by management. Governance is really the easiest way I've found over the years to think about good board work and good governance is that it is a structured process. It's definitely a team sport where a group of people are entrusted either by a healthcare district or by some group of supporters to step forward and to hold in trust assets that will be distributed and used for benefit and the well-being of that population group. So usually then these people are entrusted with that role. They assume a fiduciary role, a fiduciary duties that they have to pay attention to. We'll look at some of those duties in just a moment. But this group process designs who we are and where we need to go as an organization. And then we get the political and financial and human resources necessary to make that journey to the mission. Common law across California and across the United States holds that the board's duty is to protect and promote the work and the mission of that enterprise, that organization, that healthcare district. That's the essence of good governance. There are many things that we'll talk about later about building blocks of good governance, but that's a simple definition to keep in mind. It's essential to know that the board has only one employee, and that's the chief executive. That board hires, supports, encourages, and ultimately arrange for the retirement or sometimes the replacement of that chief executive. And that chief executive assembles a team of people that embrace and walk the talk of good management. Management is focused in on the tactics. They're a central partner for the board. They help implement the board, but in that partnership, they also help define the strategic framework, the policy, the mission, the vision, the game plan, the budgets. It's all the accountability of the management team that is led by the CEO. And that partnership between the board and the CEO is fundamental to success. That partnership looks at these duties of oversight that the board has. This is a key element on slide 6 of what good governance is all about. Everybody is responsible for oversight of, is the mission being protected and promoted properly? There's duty of care, duty of loyalty, duty of obedience, and all of these protect and promote and drive the organization. And the discussions the board has in its meetings and with different stakeholders to look at that mission. This balancing act that we see illustrated graphically on slide 7 looks at a wide variety of roles and responsibility. At the top, you talk about assessing the relationship, how well it's working. There are certain elements of assessing, acquiring, developing, aligning activities around this sphere or this circle that we see. All of these functions and these activities is an enhanced board and CEO partnership. And so everything that we talk about in this webinar and what we hope we catalyze in your conversations back in your boardroom is to look at how are you doing each of these functions, management role compared to the board's role. Oftentimes we find it useful to have these expressed in what we call an authority matrix, which we'll come to in a moment in this webinar. But this is the balancing act, is making sure you're clear of who needs to do what in these different areas. Most of the lead is going to be coming from your management, but the board needs to be informed about what is happening in these areas and be a friendly and supportive collaborator. What we hope is to make sure that as you look at these roles and role clarity, we want to be anchoring this or embedding this or standing on the fundamentals of why this is so important nowadays. A well-aligned partnership, as you'll see on slide 8, is really critical. And we find that when that partnership and that clarity of roles and responsibilities is working well, there's some real benefits that you see listed here. Fewer errors in stakeholder communication, less confusion, and maximized enthusiasm. You'll have more effective board meetings that are much more efficient and effective using the time and talent wisely of the board as well as the management team. There's a sharper focus on services and financial plans, enhanced morale, more effective donor relations, less turnover of board and staff when we get this balance working properly and smoothly. And so what are the issues? Why has this become an issue? Oftentimes, especially with healthcare districts in California, when we have individuals in civic and business and community leaders that step forward to be elected into the board role, we have to be careful that you realize that you are not a board of one, even though you've been elected as an individual. You are a part of a team. And so in your enthusiasm to be helpful, we find sometimes, unfortunately, that an individual board member might slide into micromanagement, looking to be too helpful. And this whole idea of walking around the hospital when you haven't coordinated with the chief executive, or trying to be a spokesperson for the board when you haven't been encouraged or invited to be so in that role by the can be a challenge. The relationships with media can be a challenge. Second guessing payer relationships, provider relationships. These are examples where the board is overstepping. You're moving out of your strategic and your policy making and guiding role and your oversight role into the work of management, which is charged with tactical things of getting the work done and building those relationships and increasing the probability of success. So on management side, we find difficulties here where management is withholding information. You're not getting information out in the right format that it's easy to understand and digest. You're not allowing for ample discussion or encouraged discussion in board meetings. And so this is important. And if you hold only good news to the board and not bring in the bad information that might be coming down the road until it's a crisis mode, that's a problem as well. And so these mixed signals along all lines that you see in the bottom of slide 9 are what we try to avoid: relationships with providers, the unions, the public, the staff, donors. All of these can be challenges and become issues if we don't have role clarity and enthusiasm with the balanced activities of the board and management. So what really can boards be doing about this? How can you minimize the risks and mitigate the challenges of improper balance and clarity? So we see a number of points on slide 10. We also will give you some links to materials that will help you catalyze conversations in your next boardroom meeting about this. First of all, we encourage absolute role clarity. When a board member comes in, they should have a clear orientation of role and responsibilities. Oftentimes, it's at that critical first 30 days, and we will offer a webinar on how to organize and conduct good board orientation in a subsequent webinar. But it's in that first 30 days where role clarity can be communicated. And we encourage you to develop a governance authority. You can download a sample of what this looks like from the ACHD website. It looks at about 20 different areas where decisions have to be made, and we look at the difference between the role of the board committees, the chief executive, and management staff. And that's a helpful catalyst for conversation. The item that you see on slide 10 is competency mapping. Even though in California, where boards are elected, we find it helpful for the board to develop the ideal traits and competencies that you're looking for in a new board member. These can be published and promoted so that people wanting to step forward and assume a role know what is expected of them, the job responsibilities, the traits you're looking for. There's samples of those you can also download from the ACHD, and having those characteristics in place and the idea of a competency map where you spell out what you're looking for. Each board member brings 4 or 5 of those. You literally map those in a spreadsheet, and if you've got gaps, you try and encourage people to stand for election or serve on advisory committees or serve on the board committees, or you develop board education, and we'll offer a webinar on board education as well. You'll find that chairperson role is essential to manage good meetings, to rein in an over-enthusiastic board member from time to time, or have a conversation with them between meetings. But also the CEO has a fundamental role to play. And a lot of this comes about sharing information, being transparent, being open and enthusiastic with each board member and with the board as a collective whole. And so we look for CEOs to make more frequent and transparent communications. We ask board members and executive team members to practice appreciative listening, where you actually look at, listen to people, and bring about a clearer understanding of who can weigh in and be helpful. We also encourage planned tours and visits where the chief executive can organize periodic meetings with community folks, with the providers, with department leaders, but those need to be organized and planned in an orderly way so that there's less chance of micromanagement occurring and the board feeling a sense of confidence and pride in their ability to understand what's happening and to use that knowledge to discharge their responsibilities. Remember that governance is group decision-making, and that requires information. And this also requires a culture of trust and open collaboration. These are essential elements that the board can pay attention to. We offer you a number of links here on slide 11, resource materials that we can encourage you to download and use in conversations in your next board meeting or board retreat. The purpose of this session was to look at the need for balancing the the work of a good board and a great CEO and the management team. It's clear that you have conversations and embrace clarity of roles and responsibilities. This will go a long way to mitigate the potential distractions and frustrations that can bubble up either on the board side or on the executive side of the equation. Again, we really appreciate that you've taken time to invest in your board development, that these conversations we hope are sparked by these short webinars. Thank you for all you're doing for your healthcare district, and thank you for continuing your embrace of good board work and board development. Please turn to the ACH.
Great. We can go back to the presentation.
1 minute. Next slide.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second, hold on 1 second. Appreciate. You're not going, there you go.
Great. So interesting stuff. Like Marcus said, there is a link in our packet, and all those materials are available to us as well too, to review after the fact. Before we get into kind of the group discussion in the board and balancing governance and what good governance is for both the healthcare district and the hospital corporation perspective, I want to do a little bit more table setting between the two differences of the district and the hospital, and just realizing the unique leadership that we have in place because of how the district was set up in the hospital as well to the two boards. And so although the meetings are run one after the other, and there is a good deal of overlapping between the two boards, their goals are very distinct, and they work well with one another, or they overlap a bit. But as you can see, the district goals are really rooted in community health and advocacy and in our provider recruitment. So the purpose and the powers of the district and the goals that we have and achieving some of the goals that we have are ensuring the corporate partner or the parent of the hospital stays strong, sustainable, enhancing the quality of the healthcare, advocating for reasonably priced care. We do provide a forum for discussion of healthcare issues, approve a major transaction of appointments, monitor compliance, and advocate for healthcare needs and interests. And from the hospital perspective, the goals are a little bit different. They're more so on the operations of and the quality of the care being delivered by the hospital staff. So for some of you, the 4 goals, this will be this will all be ones that you helped craft, and for the other 2 members, Director Gallagher and Tavantes, these will be a good kind of table setting refresher. So the clinical quality and patient experience, the clinical services and access, our talent, our culture within the hospital, and then the financially sustainable services. The purpose and the powers of the hospital board are the governance of the hospital, the compliance and oversight of hospital operations. We appoint the CEO of the hospital and delegate operations. Determine the policies and the procedures of the hospital, and to evaluate the performance and goals that we set out in partnership with their CEO. Then also to review, approve, and operating and capital budgets, and to consult and recommend with CEO and the chief of staff as well too. So 2 very distinct roles and set of goals for the 2 boards. And so some of the key takeaways, I think, from the video that we just saw, and then also from that last slide is one what is good governance, and that is to protect and promote the work and mission of the organization. And so ensuring that we have some of the metrics in place to make sure that things are happening as we would like them to see, and that they're following through on the overall vision of both the hospital and also the healthcare district. Number two is a structured group decision-making process, establishing direction, policy frameworks, securing resources, and monitoring progress. And so to some of I believe the gentleman's name was Jim, to some of his points is that governance is a group effort. And so being able to work together as 5 district board members and 5 hospital board members to see the larger vision and to come together and to be able to put in policy and to make decisions that will move us forward to that vision. 3 is the focus on the what and not necessarily the how. And so I think that this comes in one of the major qualities to be able to accomplish number 3 is to have the trust that we can direct the vision and we can dictate the vision of both the healthcare district and the hospital. And then to be able to have the trust that the CEO and administrative staff and so on and so forth, all the way down the line to our front of line staff, can then implement that vision that is led by both the board, but then also the community as well too. And then number 4 is the board serves in 2 roles, as we saw in the last slide. So a board for the district and a board for the hospital. And to be able to move between those 2 boards and put on different hats and to look at the operations of the hospital and to be able to put that hat on and say, okay, what are some of the metrics that we like to see and we'd like to put forward in order for us to accomplish the vision of where we want the hospital to be, and then to take that hat off and then to put the other hat on for the district. And how do we impact community health outcomes, for an instance, or how do we improve community health outcomes, to be more specific? So I think now is a good time. We are about 1:47. We're set out for about 2 p.m. So we'll have kind of a good discussion that'll set the table for the rest of our day here. These are 3 questions that we got from the ACHD toolkit that I thought would be a good starter for us today as a board to discuss. And so I think number 1 and 2 will kind of blend into a little bit, and I think we'll work off of one another. And then number 3 is really about kind of a little bit of goal setting as we move forward into this. So number 3, what can staff do to support the board in maintaining its focus on primary governance and responsibility? But number 1, I think, is a good one to start with. And that is, what advantages are there to a well-defined set of accountabilities between board and management team of a healthcare district? And happy to start the discussion, but if you guys have any suggestions or would like to start here, I think we can start. Any initial thoughts about what are the advantages of having a well-defined set of accountabilities? Go ahead, Marcel.
I would say that it really helps the relationship between the district and the management, the organization. It makes it actually function faster and without disagreement and with everybody respecting each other because everybody knows their role. So that would be the reason I think it would.
Anyone else? Any other?
I take it down grassroots, like I think in terms of my family and my coworkers, and you know, when there's clear roles and responsibilities, when there's understanding, when there's expectations on communication, and it's clear about that, it just, things flow easier. You avoid messy middles, you avoid unwasted work, you avoid unnecessary stress and rumor mills at Christmas and all that stuff. So, you know, I think it's too easy for us to forget about that and just take it for granted that we're always doing really well, but I think it's good. It's a good thing for us to check in a couple times a year to make sure we're not deviating from our expectations in the space.
Definitely, and I think there was another kind of discussion here that we had removed, but I think it plays into that is, you know, one of the challenges of this board is that, at least for three of us here, when we were appointed, we were not expected to, but definitely dabbled in a little bit of the operations at the beginning of this. And to some extent, even until the last year or so. And so now making that transition and into less of an operation, less of a management, and then also making that transition into more of a community visioning and hospital kind of 30,000-foot view, I think is really essential for us to have well-defined roles between the board and the management team. And I think Marcus brought up a good point, is that the duplication of work and some of that stuff is to be able to understand, you know, where it is, and this is kind of playing into number 3, where it is management team would like us to come into in the creation of a policy or of really anything that comes before the board or that will have some sort of impact on the operations or the general vision of the healthcare district, I think is really helpful. Any other thoughts about some of the advantages of having well-defined set of rules?
I'd say recruitment, retention on both sides on the board. People will want to come to organizations that are functioning well and want to, you know, volunteer their free time. And from staff, and we hope to retain all of you. And, you know, the last thing I think we want to do is create systems where you feel stressed unnecessarily. There's stress already in your day job, so I just, you know, stability, retention, development, I think are really important.
So we'll dive a little bit into number 2. So what are 1 or 2 examples where a board member could overstep their strategic policy level role into the tactical or operational work of management, and how might such situations be avoided? So I think to go back to what I was saying is to have an idea from management of where exactly it is the board would come into, like a policy development kind of strategy. And then trusting management to implement the policy, but then where they would like us to partner with them. So I think that it might get difficult if say there's like a community initiative where it is, if not entirely, but partially initiated through a board member or through several members of the board or as a board, as a group, and then to understand where the work of management begins in that sort of policy drafting, and then where the board work also where the board would step in, and what sort of additional work the board would have in crafting this policy. I think to point number 1, having a well-defined set of accountabilities and rules and responsibility, or roles and responsibilities within the board and the management is good to know for when we are crafting a policy, and then we know that as a board, like, okay, everything else, all of the actual work that's being done to kind of craft this policy and to bring forward something for board review is being done by management, and then to have opportunity for feedback and for and to have the lived-in experience of the board, which I think is one of our biggest traits and our advantages is to having a board, is to be able to go to us and then to ask for our input on a policy. So and I think without those like roles, it gets a little tricky because not being, from a board perspective, not being able to see the work being done and then saying, oh, maybe I should go out and talk to someone to try to get this part of the work being done. I see Marcella nodding her head as having experience with city council work and county board of supervisors. And so having that, and I think it's, being able to make that, very clear in as, we're crafting together a policy between the board and then also between the management, is essential, I think. And I think that would, like you said, smooth out the creation of policy and direction and being able to get us from point A to point B in a much smoother and faster way. Any other examples of where a board could overstep in a strategic policy level role?
I will say, I mean, I think that I find myself occasionally in tricky situations because my day job is operations sometimes. And also because people view me as like a holder of information. And so I field a lot of questions from medical staff or from hospital staff. And my practice has been to receive and to say in my role as a board member, this is not a conversation that I engage in. And may I refer you to this person who is at the operational level, but every once in a while it gets a little tricky because there is overlap. And also because I don't like to leave people hanging. So if I receive a download, I like to, you know, tie it up with a bow and say, please, like, take this information to this person. But it does get tricky.
And so Katie, to that point, it's a very specific kind of situation, but what do you think could be done from like a management standpoint that might help you in those sort of situations to avoid that? Because although the mix of having someone that is involved in general operations of the hospital, and then also be able to have a seat on the board is tricky. I think, all of us who have worked with you here appreciate that perspective and really is something that is unique to your role and to your vision for the healthcare district and the hospital.
So your question was, what could staff do
To help you in those sort of situations.
Great question. I mean, I think just having very clear points of contact, especially as it relates to HR, is a place that is always helpful in any organization. So, because most comments and downloads tend to be in the HR space, so I tend to say, like, please talk to your manager person. And it's not to say that there's an area of growth needed in that area, but I think perhaps just for the staff to know, like, who is the person that should receive this bucket of information.
We got a couple more minutes left. Really want to focus in on number 3 is we've shared about, the advantages and how a board member might overstep from strategic policy into the day-to-day management. Is there anything that staff can do to help maintain focus from the board, the responsibilities?
I think just call us out.
Yeah.
Like, honestly.
Yeah.
If someone's getting in the nitty gritty, then just like, tell us to stop.
Yeah.
Because everybody's motivated and well-intentioned and we just want to fix it. We're all fixers. So just reflect that back to us, remind us of this slide.
Definitely. I think from my perspective, there's a couple times where, and I'm sure this happens throughout all of our experiences when we go and talk with folks in the community and they're like, what would be something amazing that the healthcare district could do? And then they kind of make their pitch and you're like, that does sound kind of cool. I think a way that we can craft some sort of community-led initiative or at least introduce it. And so that, as the video was talking about, the guy in the video was saying, and I say this all the time when I'm talking to media or anyone, I'm just one of 5 I'm the board chair, but I'm literally just one of 5 up here that makes the decisions. And so to be able to, I don't know what it would look like, Steve or Metco or Julie or Nancy, of like coming up with a way to bring forward a community initiative or something that one of us might think is like a good policy to implement, and then to bring it forward for like a full board discussion. And I don't know if that's like something that it makes sense for us to have at like a board meeting. But to have some sort of tool, and I don't know what that would look like. To be able to have those discussions out in the public and then to come forward and kind of develop something as a team, according to the Brown Act and everything like that. So maybe just some food for thought on that.
I do want to, Steve, you may have a response.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
But I also just want to pay attention to time because we're at 2 o'clock and so we're about to start the next item. And so I don't know if you have a response now, or I could reflect back what I've heard in the conversation thus far that staff may want to walk away from this meeting and think about responding to, so we can go either direction.
Yeah, let me just do a quick sort of 10-second response to it. I would say just keep the dialogue open, right? If there's something that community members are bringing to you that you think we should discuss, let me know. Let me know what it is. Let's talk about it, how it might make the most sense to have that discussion at a board meeting. Yeah, I think that's great.
Awesome. Okay.
So just reflecting back, and then I know we need to check in about public comment. Thank you so much for preparing and facilitating the discussion on that item and starting us with that idea of big picture. What are we doing here as a board, right? It's about governance. And so it's good to start the time together today reflecting on that role and having some clarity in the difference between governance and management. What I hear from the conversation is that there is an opportunity to continue the dialogue around clear definitions about how the board is engaging in the community. So what is that external relations role for board members? Are there different roles they play on different items? So something to have ongoing dialogue on. That issue that you were just talking about, how do board members report back? So it sounds like Steve is open. Anytime you hear from someone in the community that there's a new initiative, idea, service, connect with Steve. And there could be ongoing dialogue around how you obtain that community feedback. I hear a commitment from board members to hear when they're wearing the wrong hat. And I think that's really useful to surface and have that commitment that staff could say, all due respect, you're getting into operations and I'm going to shift you back to governance or whatever language you use. So that I think is wonderful for the board to be able to share that with staff and commit to that. And I heard that we're a group, right? 1 of 5. We're governed from a group perspective. And so also hearing that feedback is great. You want to check in on public comment?
Yeah, I think now would be the time to see if there's anyone, their hand raised online.
No one online?
Okay. Seeing no one in the public, I'll close the public comment. And just thank you, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, great. All right, so next step, Steve is going to talk with us about relevant aspects of the district and hospital mission, vision, and strategic roadmap. And I will advance your slides for you.
Yeah. Thank
Or
you.
do you want, yeah,
No, go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead. Thanks. One more.
Okay.
So thanks, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. This is really the regrounding, and Tony did a little bit of this with a couple of his governance slides, but just to go back to really the birth of the healthcare district and the nonprofit hospital. Many people in this room and others in the community got together and redefined our mission, vision, and values. And I feel like it's always important, and I'm going to start putting this at the front of a lot of my CEO reports too, just to remind us of our mission, our vision, our values, and make sure that everything that we are talking about and the decisions that we're making are always grounded in this, grounded in our goals to be our community's champion and advocate for health, to be here for generations to come, to put people first, to earn trust, striving for excellence. These are the ways that guide us to answering hard questions, right? hard questions can be made easy if we go back to this slide and use these as our criteria for making some of those hard decisions. Those discussions. Next slide for me, please. Thanks. Tony mentioned these as well. He had these in the horizontal format. I have them in the vertical format from the strategic plan, but we have our 2 district focused strategic priorities, our 4 hospital focused strategic priorities, and health equity at the center of all of them. We want to make sure that we are always maintaining that lens when we're thinking about all of our strategic priorities. And we've defined a number of different ways that we can measure these, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes about how we can continue to refine how we define success in these areas. Next slide, please. So this is the original strategic plan roadmap. Again, from 2023, the strategic plan that came together. And I wanted to put this in here because it's partly visionary, but also partly celebratory. If you look at the left-hand side and just start going left to right, as we would do, the district and the hospital, the district was created, the hospital emerged from bankruptcy. Yeah, done. Turnaround plan underway. Well on our way to having some great successes in the turnaround plan. 2022, I've said these numbers 100 times, I feel like, lost $30 million. Lost $13 million first full year of the district's oversight. And this year we're, through the first 4 months, we're a little bit better than break even. That's a pretty amazing story, and there's still a ways to go, right? You look at all these other chyrons, all these other chevrons on here, we've still got a long ways to go. Finalize the mission, vision, values, and strategic plan 2023. Yep, that was done. We just went over that. Up on the top where it's sort of beginning of 2024, expand community role and partnerships. The team has done some amazing work here. We stood up the foundation, which is making some amazing connections in the community. We've got our partnership with Second Harvest and the food bank right here in the front lobby, doing some amazing work with different PV leadership and the South County Triage Group to measure community health and well-being metrics throughout the healthcare district, and some other areas that we're looking at, with hospice and with the health trust and things like that to do more and more in collaboration with our community partners. At the bottom there, investing in clinical growth, team building and infrastructure. We've done a lot of work. The cath lab is well on its way. We've got a great leader in there now. We've been able to recruit more doctors in GI and general surgery, ortho over the last few years. Some great improvements there in coverage in the emergency department so that patients don't have to transfer out as much. We reduced the transfer rates out of the emergency department by about 7 or 8% this year compared to last year so far. Top of that slide, it looks like where the arrow is, looks like it was November 2024, but we obviously did it in March. Pursue the bond. So, done. Wonderful job. Celebrate that. Back to the bottom, build primary care platform. We're exploring that now. That's on the agenda here on the strategic plan roadmap for late 25, early 26. We're having conversations with local primary care docs about potentially joining us, thinking about how we can seed that and make that a growing, vibrant primary care practice so that we can have a system, not just post-illness care or post-injury care, but a system that is built around our healthcare district that starts with primary care and wellness to take care of our population. Renovate the emergency department. We'll be able to start doing that, start having those planning conversations over the next couple of years as a result of the bond measure passing. Growing clinical services and exploring on-site neurology and stroke certification. We started some of those conversations. Now that Phyllis is here, we're gonna get right into them and talk about them even more. I know we've got lots of work to do on on just driving best practices in clinical care, and we've got work to do there based on, historical, where we've been, where we've come, and what our resources have been over the number of years, but we've got, I feel very fortunate to have such great people and pieces in place to help us identify where our gaps are and what we need to do to be able to build all of that. So I think this is a celebratory slide because so much has been accomplished and so much is still yet to come that will continue to get us towards where we want to go. Next slide, please. This one very much, again, a reminder, another good one what does the district do? What does the hospital do? The hospital, what it does is a little bit more straightforward to people out in the community, right? We're taking care of people, we're providing the services, delivering high quality care. 30,000 plus patients who come here every year. 650 employees, 300 physicians who are here. We're a big economic driver for Watsonville and the Pajaro Valley. And the district is providing that public oversight for the hospital and for what we're doing. Helping the foundation strengthen everything that we're doing and being that partner for everything that we're doing for health outcomes in the community. The next slide is another kind of celebratory one, coming from the 2023 strategic plan, again, directly. And Stephanie, if you click it one more time for me, it should pull up a bunch of check marks. And these are things that we've either done or have made some really measurable, decent progress on, which again, you should be really proud of the work that we've done. I'm not going to go through every single one, but these slides will certainly be available to you. But we've filled gaps in core specialty services like GI, general surgery. We've grown or regrown the hospital's role in the community and relationships with local organizations. We're deepening our data and analytics. It's not as deep anywhere near as we'd like it to be, but it is so much deeper than it once was in terms of our ability to look at our data and help our managers and our frontline staff do what they do every day better using data. And just sort of on and on with the things that were expected here. Pursuing additional funding, continuing to engage community donors and identify philanthropic funding opportunities. A lot of great progress here and still a lot more to do, right? These are green check marks because we've either had some success, they're not all done. And the other ones that are on here still provide a good roadmap. They're not anything that we've said, no, we're not going to do that, or that doesn't make any sense. They're things that we still feel are part of our roadmap and part of where we need to continue to keep our focus so that we can be here for generations to come. The next slide is our dashboard. I'm not going to go over this, but suffice it to say that we have been able to, as a group, identify different ways that we can measure success in our key strategic priorities. And I want to use that to jump into the next slide, which really we can kind of take a minute here, see if any of the board members have any thoughts on this. But what do you think the 2025 dashboard ought to look like? Do we have go forward goals for 2025? How will we know we're successful in any of those areas or goals? I don't think it's too early to start having that conversation. We certainly won't define the dashboard today, and we won't finalize it for a number of months for 2025, but it'd be great to hear if anybody has any thoughts on what are we looking forward to in terms of measures of success for next year.
And Steve, this is for the hospital or for both the district and the hospital?
Yes, I would say both. Absolutely. I think this is a meeting where we're thinking about both, and we're thinking about all 6 of those strategic priorities. We'll have the strategic planning and marketing committee start meeting in the next, probably in July. And so we'll revisit at that time, are those 6 strategic priorities still the right ones? But for now, just thinking about all 6 of those district or hospital. Yeah, what does 2025 look like?
I think, I can start, I guess. I think I don't know what the right measurable is, if it's visits or connections or whatever. I'm not sure what it is, but I know you'll find out. Measuring our advocacy, both like with locally elected, but then also our state and our congressional partners as well too. Making sure that our story, I think most of them know about it, but then also, like you said, we have a lot to be really happy about that we've accomplished over the first 2 years of the district. And so how can we deepen that sort of connection with our partners in the state legislature and then also in Congress, and how do we measure that, right? Like, I don't know what the right measurable is, but making sure that that advocacy piece that now we can do and we should really do, and I know you want to do with the healthcare district portion of our responsibility, I think is really important. And then to that point as well too, the measurables of what do we consider reconnecting with our community? Like, what does that mean? And I think that by a lot of different metrics in whichever one we choose to use, I would say, like you said, I would definitely put a green check mark next to that, because we've made some really incredible progress over the first 2 years of just being a community partner, being flexible and having the conversation about not only what is best for the hospital, but what is best for the healthcare district and for the community at large, and for just the overall health of the Power Valley and all of South Santa Cruz County as well too, and even greater than that. And so setting up those sorts of metrics and what the board and Steve, your team deems important, and then how do we measure that so we can see growth and progress over the course of 2025. I think those two for me are big, because I love the dashboard that you guys bring to us every meeting. I think it's such a quick and easy way to see how the team is progressing, and like that we can see it like not just month over month, but even in some cases like year over year, comparing last March to this March, that sort of stuff. I think that's really essential, and I knew some of the team was gonna giggle when you said like a deep data, because we haven't had that in a long time at this hospital. I know that was something that to be able to establish the metrics and to be able to is really important for your team to see how they can progress, and then to be able to communicate what progress looks like to their team is really essential too. So, but those are my two, I think.
My question is, do you think it would be something to consider having a dashboard for the district in addition to a dashboard?
Potentially, I think it's a great question, and it goes to what Tony was just saying, which is how we measure X, Y, or Z, right? So I think that's what the dashboard is, right? I mean, you look at that picture, right? It's clear what that number means, right? It has a certain, it's clear what's being measured and what the number means. And so if we can do that for those things that are important to the district, starting with the two strategic priorities of the district as our guideline, right? Physician recruitment and advocacy. Then if we have measures of success in those areas and we can identify goals, then we can create a dashboard.
Send you a list.
You got a list.
But I would say, I mean, a little finance guy, right? Fiscal still have to be tracked, and we need to develop more robust matrix that go from a 12-month plan to a 5-year, 10-year plan, and have capital built into that. And that will, in the end, cash flow helps us make accountable decisions that can be accountable to. I agree. I think we parked the district on the side for far too long, and that's conscious that we had to make that necessary. But we need to start investing in what is the district. I think we are still too isolated. Again, I don't know that anybody's values but we are still very like focused on survival. And then stepping into the partnerships with other healthcare districts, the partnership with community-based organizations, partnerships with, dare I say, county, you know, all that stuff. I think there's so much low-hanging fruit in that space that, you know, I want to step into that district. What is that district plan? And developing those goals, understanding that it takes resources and time and staff commitment that I don't think we have. But hey, Nancy, marketing and like, how do we develop that baseline that we're, you know, we've got leapfrog to help us be confident that we're, you know, our patients are being taken care of and the staff are supported. But what is the leapfrog like that our community is like, hey, I trust this hospital. And then they can trust us to make choices to come here. And that we have the system so they can choose to come here. But, you know, it's that baseline trust and confidence, and then marketing that we can take care of you here, but then make sure when they come, they are being able to take care of, like, I just want to step into that next phase.
I know.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
That's why we're here.
yeah, I think to that, and then to the community partnerships, like, I think the partnership with Second Harvest for Nourish, like, it kind of just happened, right? And that's something that like, it aligns with everything that we wanted to. But it's like, I don't know if how can we say like, that is one off the check mark, but like, we also wanna, I don't know if it's saying like, we want 3 of those. We want to enter into like 2 or 3 of those a year, just because of how big of a lift they are. But, so I don't know what the metric is, but like more of those sorts of things. And I think that's how we start to build out the district and that community trust, right? Is those sorts of projects. And start to build out like the identity of the district. I think, that's really important. Cause I think we've accomplished a lot. I think a lot of folks within our community don't know what the district is still to this day, right? And the relationship it has to the hospital as well too. So, yeah, but I've been talking a lot. Joe or Marcella, anything?
All I can say is the public is not aware that there's 2 boards doing 2 things. We're the hospital board.
Right.
In the community.
Right.
You know, we're Measure N, we're governance, we're everything. The board.
Yeah.
The people are not used to 2 parallel boards. I mean, in council, you had redevelopment and city council, but that was like really clear.
Yeah.
But, anybody I talked to already knows there's 2 boards. I didn't know there were 2 boards.
Right.
Guys. When the day I came, you know, to the meeting where the appointment was, I kept looking at all these agendas.
Yeah.
What the heck? Where is it? I can't find it. Yeah.
Just recessing in the closed session.
Yeah.
Now, right?
So yeah, people don't know. So if we want to do anything, is figure out how to give that message without confusing the
Right.
living dickens out of it.
You're right.
But we have to decide if we want to do that message.
Mhm.
I mean, really, do we want to explain the 2 boards, or do you just let people believe it's a hospital board, and the people that are a little bit more sophisticated would ask us and learn more?
Mhm.
I don't know.
Definitely. Would it be helpful for us to go back to the slide with like all the green check marks and just to see like what we still haven't accomplished, or are we good on time still?
We
Or
are
do
getting
we
close
have
that
more?
time, but we can adjust our breaks to get a little bit more time if the board is really engaged in this discussion, because we have an activity for you to do too at the close. So I'll look to Steve and.
Board Chair might, you know, recommend, I mean, this is an example, and they cited this, but we need a periodic process that we can trust, that we can check into this and, you know, not. So I think it's just identifying, we want to get there.
Right.
And so let's set up a strategic time on a board meeting where we can dive deeper into this and really allow advance and thought discussion and community engagement.
Right. You're thinking within the actual healthcare district board meeting is to have like a breakout? I'm part of it, or?
Yes and yes, yes and to it all. Like, I'm just identifying right now, I bet we could go for 3 hours on this. And we would be done.
Yeah.
So I'm just acknowledging, going through the checklist is great. Developing what the next one looks like is great. And it's all gonna take time and we should do it well.
I just wanted to come back on here to celebrate. That's all. Yes. So I think that that's important is to, like Marcus said, we're gonna bump up against time if we try to go through every single one, but I think it's also important for us to have this as kind of a kumbaya time for the five of us to understand, like, we might not be where we want to be, but then also we've made a ton of progress in things that are very important to get us to where we are today. Like, I don't think that measure N specifically passes without all of these check marks being checked off, right? And that some of the budget numbers that we've seen come back and how we're favorable this year over the first 4 months, that like none of that happens without all of these things being checked off and with staff understanding them and management being able to work with staff to say, these are our goals and this is what we're making progress towards. So just wanted to come back to us. I didn't know if we had, I know we had to go out for public comment.
I've got a couple more points to make too.
Okay, good.
And so, yeah, I appreciate that, Tony, and I wanted to put those check marks on there to celebrate the progress that we've made, and I also wanted to make it clear that the check mark doesn't mean that if it's checked, it means it's done, and we're like happy and satisfied, right? Most of those, probably all of those with a green check mark, we still have work to continue to do. And not to burst the bubble of the celebratory nature, but we're in a really hard industry right now. We're in a really difficult space as a standalone community hospital with 85% of our patients being Medicare and Medi-Cal. And so this slide is just a reminder of that. Like this is our landscape that we're trudging out into. Is that in 2022, Bay Area hospitals received 67.5 cents on the dollar for every dollar they spent to care for Medicare and Medi-Cal patients. And as a result, there have been closures around us. There have been near closures around us. There have been departments and services that have needed to close. You see one of those from the New York Business Journal. And so it's not just here in California, but it's in other high cost areas of the country as well, where this is a challenge. So when we do have those conversations about what are we gonna shoot for next year, like this has to be on our mind, that we are making great progress and we can't stop and we honestly can't go at the pace we're going. We have to go faster. We have to go faster and better and continue to do that great work, but figure out ways that we can accelerate it. And so if we go to the next slide, that's our discussion point here. We can take probably 5 minutes and have each board member give a minute's thought on this question from the individual perspective. Your vision for the people of the Pajaro Valley. This is really getting back to the basics, right? Our mission, vision, and then we'd love to hear sort of how you see it.
I'll jump in. It's broader than the word health. It's the social determinants of health. It's all things we're playing a role in. It's that this community, members of our community have choices in where they live, have choices in their jobs, have choices in their careers, have choices that their family can grow up here. It's that's the vision, because you gotta start ambitious. But I mean, for me, it's sort of way high with just a broader view of all things social determinants of health that if we're just challenged at all fronts in this community. I want to answer the question like this, saying we've eliminated in Watsonville diabetes, right? And that's just a little micro example. I think that's possible. But
What are we doing?
eliminate diabetes. Yeah, small task. So why not?
We're using that as an example.
Yeah, I mean, I just
About.
I-
It's a
again,
vision.
yeah, it's ambitious. But I want us to have an ambitious vision.
Yeah.
That leads to, well, how do we do that? Well, we need partnerships, we need strategic leveraging, and we can't be a entity at one, right?
What else is out there?
My vision is a community united in health and dignity with access to quality healthcare for all residents. I carry this.
Wrapped up in a tiny little package.
And then the quality,
Words.
access to quality healthcare, did I get that?
Access to quality healthcare for all residents.
Right.
Going down the line, I feel like I've talked a lot, so I'll keep mine short. I have a vision for the health and well-being. I think the hospital, both for the health of the community, but then also, Steve touched on it a little bit about the employees and everything like that. I think we have a real opportunity to be the major economic driver of this community, in so many ways. And I think being able to, in 20 to 30 to 40 years, however long it takes to, have that impact in young people so that they are the ones that are providing care here at Watsonville Community Hospital. And they're the ones that are in management positions at Watsonville Community Hospital and running the district. And so that, ultimately it is the community's hospital. That ultimately the direction and the care delivered at Watsonville Community Hospital is from your neighbor to your neighbor. And I think that that's something that we truly look at a community like Watsonville and the Pottery Valley that, for better or worse, we're kind of left to fend for our own and to fend for ourselves a lot of the time. And so looking outward from the community to partner and to improve the services, I think is essential. But to not lose sight of the people that we are trying to provide care to, as the demographics are starting to change from decade to decade to decade, and of who is Watsonville, what is Watsonville, and I think the community will look very different in 20 to 30 to 40 years, but understanding to not lose that vision of providing healthcare for the folks who helped build this part, the Pottery Valley in Watsonville.
I like that, from neighbor to neighbor. And it's interesting to see how many people are local from Watsonville High School.
It's a community that you don't live in unless you absolutely love it. Like it truly is that. And it's what it is, what it is.
In fact, be candid, Chair, I challenge you in that 30 years. I can't vision. I gotta do this in 5 years, 10 years, they're all gone. Our Jay's is gonna go from
Except
23
for
to.
2010 guy.
Yeah.
Even make it close. You know, change things.
Huge question that's. So trying to boil it down a little bit. Under health, to prevent what's preventable, treat what's treatable. And help support people with disability and chronic disease. Under well-being, it's economic. And it's political. Class, race, gender. All of those things, I think Watsonville Hospital could be a focus and or a leader in providing or functioning in a way that shows how liberation can influence an organization. That's my best sense of trying to understand.
How liberation can influence.
An organization and community. Or how an organization that embodies liberation can influence its community.
Missing anyone? No?
Yeah.
Our staff? Should I go out for public comment now, or do we want to?
I didn't say anything, but you guys all said it really well. What I would like to do is everybody in our area know that they have access to a hospital and that they will be helped. And we can train them about Covered California if we have to, but I would like the sickest of person living downtown Watsonville in some illegal unit to know that if their child is sick, there is a hospital that will help. And so, you know, that's not good for us financially. My goal is for people to know, like, okay, let's go to the hospital, they'll help us there. And that's what I'd like to see. People don't know where to start. you know?
Right.
I mean, some people are really, really with it. They go salute, they know the drill, but there's a lot of people that don't. So for them to just go, let's go to Watsonville and find out what we can do.
I think we could probably go another half hour, but, can we at least check for public comment?
I don't mind.
So I'll close the public comment. I know this is a board discussion, but anyone, can we open it up to staff at all? Yeah.
I have reflections. We can capture those as well.
Speak now.
Don't jump in all at once.
It might be today.
Yeah.
As people are gathering their thoughts, I think I have to reflect back because we're going to transition into a more concrete item for the next item. But this is the work that you all identified in the pre-interviews that you're hungry to start. So this is really exciting to see that you're in this position and having Steve walk through all that's been achieved in 21 months. A lot of work to really bring a resource into the community that was in the community and to restore it to benefit the community. There's energy and power and adventure. I think there's this adventurous spirit here to really tackle a challenge like that with some really big ideas and big commitment for the community. So as we work through the rest of the day, thinking about how do we do this? So the Brown Act is a more concrete topic, but really important because you have to be able to have these conversations. And as board members, you need to feel really comfortable in being this creative and visionary because you wear both hats, right? And keeping yourself in that strategic place, right? It's this multi-layered dance that we're doing as a board member. So if there aren't additional comments, what we'll do is take maybe a 5-minute break. I look like my agenda down. Yeah, let's stretch and get refreshments if you need them. And let's come back at 1/4 till. Does that work for board members?
Yeah.
Great.
We got them in the restroom.
You know, I went to a
Thank you.
lesbian concert. Like, maybe a record. Anything, that's always that. 5 guys. I would just. And you know, there's too many.
I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
There's too many of us.
What is, how do I go forward? This.
Just a little question, huh? What's your vision for the?
Sure.
It's a good thought, you know, like as soon as you answer and then someone else answers, you're like, think of that.
Get back here. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, someday we may need to have a social worker with a desk at the front.
I would like.
Then you walk in and you're gonna see that. We don't have insurance.
There's a case manager.
Yeah, but we can have somebody like, they go to registration, they go, what do I do? And they go like, there's a social worker, sign in. You'll be next.
Oh, building.
And you can get information on
Yeah.
California.
Dude,
Where do people go?
Exactly.
And everybody said,
I mean,
"Oh,
my sister got to have a California. And my brother hired some insurance guy to get it for her.
Yeah. I know.
Are we gonna talk about commercial?
It is hot.
Well, I honestly should leave the room if you're gonna do that, so. No, I'm kidding. We have our legal representative. No.
It's not on the agenda.
I'm gonna capture a parking lot of items for future agendas. Or just, so if people have things, just, oh, parking lot, we'll capture it.
that."
Yeah, some of it would be application, but
Yeah,
let's hold it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give them much weight.
I'm happy to have it.
No one's drinking coffee, I'm shocked.
I'm holding off until like 3. That's
I know.
Warm by then.
no, well, it's more cold, it doesn't matter. I'll just throw some ice into that, yeah. I wanna go down a little bit and then I'll.
Yeah, you don't want me jumping out there. The additional attendees that you requested for Thursday have been invited.
Thank you.
County and first. Oh, sorry for the.
No, it was
Misses?
confusing.
It is a victory.
So we have a.
Yeah. I'm very happy. Yeah, but I'll check in behind her. Debrief. Yeah.
I'm happy to have you back.
No.
And then
Okay. Yeah.
And $32.
Is there anybody? No.
Yay.
You're a Zoomers today.
Got it.
I'm sure it, I mean,
Right.
it's been out there. It's been published, but it's probably, so an unusual occurrence, no one bothered to think, well, what, or anything.
There used to be a phrase about working on bylaws, ABD, anything but bylaws. Maybe.
That's been my life, as Noel knows, for a few months.
There to there.
Uh-huh. Stephanie, what is SDOH?
Oh, social determinants of health.
Yeah, that would be telling for me.
These things that influence health but aren't.
Well, the other day, a little 5-minute video came up about on my stuff from the ACLU about the Brown Act.
Oh.
And I didn't learn anything new from it.
Yeah, it's such a hot topic.
What's Ralph's middle initial?
M, I think.
Okay.
Yep. I don't know what it stands for.
Well, I was on the third.
Thought it was me.
There's actually, and I can send it to you if you're interested. So the Brown Act started because there was a Chronicle reporter who went around and looked at public meetings
Yeah.
and figured out, his name was Harris or something. And so he wrote an article in the 50s. And I have a copy of it and it's very interesting because a city council, it's the water district, and it's just interesting to see all the things that were done.
Yeah.
And that continue to be problems nowadays.
What was sort of done backstage.
Mhm, exactly.
Something like the city of Fresno was recently sued over Brown Act.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send you the article. It's pretty,
Okay,
it's pretty cool.
I always like knowing
Yeah,
whatever foundational stuff.
yeah.
So there is a Brown Act police somewhere in Fresno.
A Brown Act.
They're everywhere.
Oh, they're everywhere.
We shall meet them soon.
Yes.
Even if we are not.
So I call the OIG the men in black, because they come knock on your door when you're in trouble. So we need to have the OIG, the Office of Inspector General, so they'll come to a hospital and we say the men in black, so the Brown Act police will call them the men in black or something.
And I agree. I was gonna say, how did the feds get involved?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I have a file that's called Men in Black.
Mostly.
So, because, you don't have to be ready when they show up at your hospital.
Remind me, Noel, where are you? You're North Bay?
So I'm in Solano County.
That's like Overland Gate or the east, like Pelham?
So no, I take 17, 280 to 680. And then right where 680 and 80 connect.
Like East Bay.
Is where Fairfield.
Yeah.
Call it East Bay. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be too horrendous.
Yeah, the traffic between, maybe as they get to Walnut Creek, sometimes that down there, San Jose.
What else? No, another care.
I was gonna say, those things make me dizzy. There's not really. Yeah. I looked at one of my. You're gonna be dizzy.
I gotta,
Oh, my God.
once the sugar high goes out, then coffee comes in.
Yeah,
So
I
I
like
just
it.
ordered
I like
all the down.
You're just not gonna go up today. Here we are right in the middle.
Yeah.
Month at 5.
Yeah, trying.
Those are ones that-
How's it going?
Yeah.
I was there, yeah, but it's not quite.
No information.
Yeah.
Well, when, oh, yeah. Oh, he shouted you out, and everyone started clapping.
I'm gonna. I am.
Yeah, he shouted you out, and it was like, I thought it was like, something, not exactly what he said, he's like, big thank you goes to our marketing manager, Mark. And everyone started clapping, and everyone was like, oh, Mark is here. And
Same,
oh, so there you
I can't.
Right, Carlos said like big thank you to Carlos to Marcus.
See, that's the problem. When the finance guy is known to be in a project, like, that's a problem. Finance guys never even be mentioned.
Were you there?
Yeah, I know.
I think,
I couldn't.
okay, I'm gonna call us back.
And where the need was.
The board's here.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
board's here, so we can get started.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
The 60-something%
Yeah.
of people use our services or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then you look at the distribution and anyways, I'm not.
Did you hear about that? That was cool about the free bus or?
Yeah.
1 year.
Yeah, sure. 1 year. And then we'll see what happens.
Oh, really? So the bus is for 1 year, the free bus?
Facilitator and gavel.
1 year.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
Ray
I'm
was like,
gonna
hey.
use my voice. So
It's in my trunk.
I'm gonna call us back. Hi. All right, board members. So one of the things that you all expressed in thinking about spending time in this retreat was how to have really open dialogue and how to approach open dialogue, particularly as you start thinking about creative concepts. And that shift towards a deeper strategic focus. And so Noel is here to talk with us about the Brown Act and to get your board grounded again, because it's always good to have a refresher. It's a really important aspect of your work. And then to enable you to ask questions about what limitations are there really, if any, and how you can have that kind of creative dialogue. So.
The website for additional information.
I'll just let him do it.
Give me one moment to go ahead and share that
Am I connected?
PowerPoint. Give me 1 sec. Sorry, that's all.
So we have about 40 minutes for this item. I think we have some space in that 40 minutes for questions at the end, and so I'll do like 10-minute check-in.
Yes.
Great.
I'm gonna talk fast.
Okay, you're ready.
Good. So thank you for having me here today. It's nice to be here in person. And I feel really bad. There was so much energy in that last presentation. I feel bad that we're interrupting it with the Brown Act, with the Brown Act. I'm so sorry.
like
The
you-
lawyer always just takes all the fun out of everything, right? So, Staff asked me to just give a presentation, kind of a refresher. This isn't meant to give you everything there is to know about the Brown Act. I did give you a lot of slides. So I'm gonna go through them very quickly with the thought that we're just gonna kind of go over it, issue spot. I am just a phone call, an email, a text away from you. If you have a particular question, that's what I'm here for. So feel free to reach out to me anytime. Oh, that's me, that's my office. Okay. So this is just kind of the topics that we're gonna hit. All right, so I think one of the things that I've really identified with this organization is you have really gone, especially management, maybe not so much the board because the board's come in new, but management has gone from a for-profit entity that did all their meetings behind closed doors without the public and no reason to have the public involved, to not only a public agency that has to have everything in public, but also a nonprofit that has its own rules. So a lot of this for staff might seem very cumbersome and artificial, and why the heck are we doing this? What's making us do this? And it's because you've had that big transition in your history. So just to bring everybody up on the same page, and I think maybe some of the directors who aren't as familiar with why there's two entities. The district was legislatively created in February of 2022 to purchase the bankrupt Watsonville Hospital. The district board has elected members who are subject to the Brown Act, just like a city or a water district or a mosquito district or a school district. Then for various reasons, primarily reimbursement reasons, the hospital corporation was created, which is a nonprofit in order to operate the hospital. Now, the same 5 members of the district board sit on the hospital board. But we always say the district drives the bus, right? It's the district that's in charge, the district that has chosen the nonprofit to operate the hospital, but the district is the one that's in charge. And because the hospital corporation board has the same 5 members, that's why the hospital corporation board is also subject to the Brown Act. So it didn't necessarily have to be that way if you had an entirely different board for the hospital board that had no public elected officials on it. It could have maybe been a nonprofit that wasn't subject to the Brown Act, but the decision was made to have the same 5-member board. So that's why you care about the Brown Act. So just a really quick history, and I was telling Dr. Gallagher, there was a Chronicle reporter in 1951 that did very interesting investigative reporting into there wasn't a Brown Act at the time, but closed meetings where the public wasn't allowed or reporters weren't allowed. And he wrote like a 6 or 7-part series on that. And everybody was appalled. What's going on in secret? That's not what our government is all about. And so Ralph M. Brown carried the legislation for the Brown Act, which is called open meeting or sunshine laws in other states. And so that's when it started. If anybody wants a copy of that article, it's really very interesting reading from the 1950s. All right. So the purpose of the Brown Act really is to make sure that local government happens out in the open. So you start from the perspective of everything is happening out in the open, and then funnel down from there if there is a reason to have it under closed session. It relates both to deliberations and discussions, not just when you're making decisions, but when you're exchanging ideas. That's why this session is an open meeting. The goal is to have transparency. The tandem law is Public Records Act, which means that actual physical documents, for the most part, that are kept by public agencies are available for the public upon public request. Okay, so the application of the Brown Act is to local agencies like the district, legislative bodies like the hospital corporation. It's not always like that, but in your case it is. Meetings of the district and the hospital board, persons elected to legislative bodies even prior to assuming office. So not really an issue for you all who are in office, but people who are running for office and have been elected and have not yet taken office, potentially have Brown Act obligations. So this is how broad the definition of a local agency is. You'll see district is right in there. And then legislative body includes the district board and also the nonprofit board. You'll see nonprofits that are out there that are not subject to the Brown Act because they don't have elected officials on their board. Most nonprofits are not subject to the Brown Act. All right, when does it apply? A gathering of a majority of the members at the same time and place to hear, discuss or deliberate upon any matters under their jurisdiction. What's really important is no action needs to be taken for a meeting to occur. So conversations that might happen among the 5 of you that are outside of a meeting are potentially problematic. Conversations that happen here at the meeting, perfectly acceptable. That's why you're here, to voice your opinions, to voice your thoughts, and let your fellow board members hear what you're thinking, right? And the public. The public demands that those deliberations happen in public. Okay, things that are not a meeting. Individual contacts with constituents. For example, Tony, you were saying someone might come up to you and say, this is really important to me. I'd like to see if the district can maybe be involved. Perfect. You do a lot of listening and then you go to Steve and say, hey, Steve, I got this idea. Perfectly fine. What would not be fine is then you go to Marcus and say, hey, Marcus, I saw this guy and he said blah, blah, blah. And Marcus says, yeah, Katie was saying something about the same thing. That seems like a good idea. You don't want to do that. You can do that at an open meeting, but you're not going to want to do that behind the scenes. Not a meeting, conferences and seminars that are open to the public. For example, if you go to ACHD conference, you just can't talk about district business at those meetings, but you could all sit together and listen to that ACHD. Community meetings, Chamber of Commerce, good example. You could go, more than 2 of you could go to something like that. Purely social or ceremonial, a ribbon cutting, that's always the best.
We did.
Right? Yes,
We did.
that's always fun.
There were 3 of us.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. As long as you don't stand in a corner somewhere and talk about district business, right?
No, just talking about that.
Right, right. And meetings with other legislative bodies. So you might go to a city council meeting or something like that. Again, you're there to listen to what that other public agency is presenting, and you're not there to sit in a row and chit chat among yourselves about district business. All right, serial meetings. This is the hardest area for people to get their arms around because it's the easiest for there to be a problem. And it relates, when you think about it, think in the back of your mind, how many people have talked about this or know about this? And if it's more than 2, you're probably in the space where you have a serial meeting. So use of direct communication, personal intermediaries, like you say something to Steve and then Steve says something to one of the other board members. Technological devices, those texts, you text to one board member and they forward it to another board member. Employed by a majority of the legislative body in order to develop a collective concurrence as to an action to be taken on an item by the legislative body. So that's what's prohibited. Here are the elements. Series of communications between less than a quorum at first. Taken as a whole involves the majority. Concurrence. Advances or clarifies the understanding of an issue. Facilitates an agreement or compromise among members. Advances an ultimate resolution of an issue. So the example I gave you with Tony hearing from the constituent, oh, we'd really like the district to do this. Then you talk to Marcus, Marcus talks to Katie, Katie talks to Marcella, Marcella talks to Dr. Gallagher. You're all kind of feeling out what the other person is thinking. That's when your problem arises. So the best is to take in the information, and then if it is on an agenda item, that's when you talk about it. So under the Brown Act, you'll hear there's two types of serial meetings. One they call a chain, just kind of like what I just discussed. Member A to member B to member C. And the other is what they call the hub and spoke. So there's some person in the middle. So Tony, you talk to Dr. Gallagher, kind of feel what he thinks, then you talk to Marcella, and then you talk to Marcus. So you're getting kind of an understanding of what everybody wants to do, right? I think we went over these ways serial meetings can happen, a personal meeting or by telephone, email, that's in red because that reply all email is the most dangerous. You'll notice when I send you emails, I always say, please don't hit reply all. Written correspondence, use of intermediaries, that would be Steve is kind of a good example of that, or staff. Social networking, Facebook and Twitter, doing going on someone's page and doing a thumbs up. Is that still done on Facebook? I'm not a Facebook person, I don't know. All right, so here we have a good example. Phone call from a lobbyist, say, I need you to vote for that project in the South area. How about it? Well, I don't know, replied the board member. It's kind of a sticky proposition. Are you sure you need my vote? Well, I've got Bradley and Cohen lined up, and another vote leaning with you. I'd be over the top. Moments later, the phone rings again. Hey, I've been hearing some rumbles on that South area project, said the newspaper reporter. I'm counting noses. How are you voting on it? Right, so you can see how easy it is for that to develop. So the lobbyist and the reporter are facilitating, so it's kind of like the hub and spoke, because they're collecting information and sharing it with others of the legislative body. So asking, are you sure you need my vote is a problem. I always say do a lot of listening and not a lot of talking until you get to your public meeting. Right? All right, an exception to serial meetings is one-on-one communications by a non-member, so a staff member with members of the legislative body. So Steve, I'm guessing, gives you all one-on-one updates periodically. It helps you as board members if there's something going on so that you're not surprised. Say you're out in the community, so you're not surprised, you have an understanding of maybe what's going on. But Steve isn't saying, hey, Marcus, I want to let you know this, and I spoke to Katie and Katie said this about it, right? It's just, hey, Marcus, I want to let you know that this is going on. And the Brown Act also allows communications to call or schedule a special meeting. So you could talk to one another. Does Thursday at 5 o'clock work? No. Does Tuesday at 1 o'clock work? Just to get a meeting on the calendar. I think Rosie does that for the most part, so you don't have to. Okay, we kind of already discussed this. CEO meets before each board meeting with each board member to discuss the agenda. Is this an unlawful serial meeting? No. And it's actually codified in the statute, so that's nice. Okay, I need to read this one with my glasses. See it. Okay. The mayor sat down across from the city manager. From now on, he declared, I want you to provide individual briefings on upcoming agenda items. Some of the material is very technical and the council members don't want to sound like idiots asking about it in public. Besides that, briefings will speed up the meeting. So this is kind of the exception that's allowed. Agency employees or officials may have separate conversations or communications outside of an open and notice meeting with members of the legislative body in order to answer questions or provide information regarding a matter that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the local agency. If that person does not communicate to members of the legislative body the comments or positions of any of the other member or members of the legislative body. Members should always be vigilant when discussing local agency business with anyone to avoid conversations that could lead to a discussion, deliberation, or action taken among the majority of the legislative body. So Katie, your example of when people come to you and you say, this is something for HR, or this is something for Steve, excellent response, as opposed to, I don't know, why don't you go talk to my fellow board member Marcus about it? And then he gets, and why don't you go talk to my, you know, so you're gonna use staff as a buffer to help you not violate the Brown Act. Thanks for the information, said Councilmember Kim. These zoning changes can be tricky, and now I think I'm better equipped to make the right decision. Glad to be of assistance, replied the planning director. I'm sure Councilmember Jones is okay with these changes. How are you leaning? There we go. Well, said Councilmember Kim, I'm leaning towards approval. I know that the two of my colleagues are definitely favor approval, right? So right there, you see how it went from something that was perfectly okay to something that was potentially a serial meeting. Okay, email tips. Don't do reply all. I think Rosie, when you send out emails, don't you send them separately? So there's
BCC, the board.
BCC. So that's fabulous practice. So that's not really gonna happen. You're not wanting to take a position or make a comment if those are reply alls. And you should really be using Rosie to communicate and not be communicating amongst yourselves. The exception would be an ad hoc committee that might be set up where two board members are allowed to chit chat together as part of that setup. Okay, social media. This has really been a difficult area because people are very much online and want to comment and do thumbs up, thumbs down. You should really be careful in that space because it can lead to a consensus of your fellow board members by a simple act as a thumbs up. So you can engage in separate conversations or communicate on social media platforms to answer questions, provide information to the public, or solicit information from the public. So you may have a constituent who messages you, DMs you on your social media. That's okay. It's different where you, for example, let's say you were on the district, does it have a Facebook page? District? No, it doesn't. Okay, all right. Or if you had your own Facebook page and you're starting to discuss business on that, and one of your fellow board members chimes in and says, yeah, way to go, I'm really for that too. That's where you get yourself in a problem. Okay, rules governing meetings. So in general, meetings are a safe space for you because they've been agendized, you have staff there, it's your opportunity to talk amongst your fellow board members. I'm always there to make sure things aren't going off the rails. And we'll pipe in. I normally let things go unless it's a big problem, and then I might try to redirect the conversation, but that's why I'm here. And you should always feel free to say, Noelle, can you help us with this? Or can you provide guidance on this? I'm more than happy to do that. And I like to do that and to make it easier for you. So you're not afraid of what you're talking about in your meetings. I want you to be able to discuss out in the open, your opinions and your thoughts. So, basically you have your regular meetings and your special meetings. Regular meetings are 72 hours, special meetings are 24 hours. Sometimes you have emergency meetings, very, very, very rare. Before COVID, it never happened. Before the fires, it never happened for me. But sometimes, you know, if the town is burning down, maybe there's a reason for an emergency meeting. It doesn't really happen very often because 24 hours isn't a lot of notice time. And there's very few things that have to be done on a 1 hour or a 2 hour notice. So you'll see Rosie does a fabulous job with the agendas, has to be posted 72 hours before the meeting. Has to have the time and location of the meeting, has to have a brief general description of the items. And it has notices of any sort of ADA accommodation that might be needed for individuals who may have certain disabilities. There's also a rule if members of the public request an advance in advance copy of the agenda, then they also have to be emailed, but they have to send in a request. Newspapers often do that, and it has to be reviewed, renewed every year. So you might have standing requests that are out there. There are certain ADA protections for people who might need some accommodation. Your agendas contain that information. There are rules regarding bilingual speakers, which may be pertinent for this area where you have to give them extra time if needed to provide their public comment. Especially if they have a translator. So if they are not very good in English and they need a translator, and you normally give people 3 minutes, you give them 6 minutes to give the translator the opportunity to provide the information. Special meetings, 24 hours notice. Again, it's the same, has to have the time and location of the meeting and a description of what's going to be discussed. So you can have an adjourned meeting. I don't think you've ever had one of those that I recall. It probably won't happen unless sometimes you have really, really long meetings and it's 2 a.m. and everybody wants to go home. So then you're able to adjourn it. There are rules on how to do that. So don't think that you have to stay there until 6 a.m. the next morning. But it doesn't really happen very often. There are rules, and Rosie and I would be able to work on, how you would do that. Again, emergency meetings happens very rarely. Location and meeting of meeting and field trips. I always have to put this out here because you'll have people who say, can we do a strategic planning session in Maui? And I'm like, yes, please, I would like to go. But no, it doesn't work. So, but sometimes I have clients who have really large service areas boundaries, and you may have an area that is geographically difficult to get to where your normal meetings are. So you may have, and you'd have to give advance notice of this, go out to some area and in a firehouse or something, do your meeting there instead of where you normally do it. I see that up on the coast where it's really hard to get from town to town with Highway 1. It could be, an hour drive. So there is the possibility to do that as long as it's still within your boundaries. Okay, public right to comment. Tony is always very good in making sure that the public has a right to comment. There are 2 areas of comment. One, at the beginning of your meeting for anything that's within the district's jurisdiction, so they can talk about anything. Limited generally to 3 minutes, I think is what you say. And then 2 for agenda items in particular. And because just for ease of the public and for transparency purposes, we usually put the public comment that has nothing to do with agenda items at the top, and then the public comment that has to do with agenda items in the actual sections where you talk about an item. Otherwise, someone could say something at 5:30 in the evening on your agenda item that's item 20, and it kind of dilutes the public's ability to address the issue at the time that it's being discussed by the board. So it doesn't have to be that way, but it's kind of a better way for it to flow. It's interesting with special and emergency meetings, you only have the right to comment on what's on the agenda. So it's not as broad of a comment period with a special or emergency meeting. So that's kind of nice. And the public can't be required to state their name when commenting. It's always nice to ask them, would you like to provide your name? But sometimes they don't want to, and they don't have to, and you can't say you can't comment if you're not giving us your name. You can tell all these rules came from someone doing naughty things and wanting to make it hard for people to comment, right? And then they made a rule about it. All right, so when I was saying that the meeting space is really a safe space for you, your rule to follow really is it on the agenda? If it's on the agenda and the time has come to talk about it, I can talk about it. So you should feel that that's a safe space. There is the opportunity for things that come up at the last minute to add those to the agenda. And Rosie has that under agenda modification considerations. So for example, let's say you have a regular meeting, so it needs 72 hours notice. Your meeting's on Thursday, you post it on Monday. On Tuesday, staff gets the opportunity for $1 million grant that has to be applied for before your next regular meeting or before the regular meeting. You could add that to the agenda. So it's in 2 steps. One, the board has to vote to add it to the agenda. Then you add it to the agenda, then you talk about it, and then that's when you discuss and vote on that matter. So it's a 2-step process. It needs a 2/3 vote, so that means 4 of the 5 of you would have to vote to add it to the agenda. And we always ask staff to please have the information that the board needs in order to determine whether or not it's an urgent situation. So the board can make that finding by having the information that it needs. Okay, this is always a big issue, responding to public comment. We should probably start with the last bullet in that there's no obligation to enter into a back and forth dialogue. You have no obligation to do that. And if you look at really well-run, Marcella, you're nodding your head, well-run city council meetings. Board members say thank you very much for your input. And it's almost against human nature. You want to talk back, but you shouldn't. It's not a good practice and it doesn't set up a good precedent and you don't have to. So it's fine that you don't do that. You can respond briefly. For example, if someone raises a question, you could turn to Steve and say, Steve, could you look into that? Or, I'll talk with staff. Maybe we want to add this to a future agenda. You're perfectly free to ask questions of staff. This is your opportunity to ask staff. Staff is here to help you make your decisions and do your job. Brief announcements or reports on a member or staff's own activities. There's a board comment section. That's really meant to say, I went to the ACHD conference and it was great. Or there's going to be a food bank that is, in line with our strategic mission, not to get into a back and forth dialogue with your fellow board members. If it seems like it's a topic that they want to talk about, put it on a different agenda and then you can talk about it. Asking staff to report back at a future meeting on any matter, perfectly appropriate. We need a little bit more of a drill down on this. And now's your opportunity to ask staff for that. Providing references or information to staff. Closed sessions. So it's everybody's favorite topic and I call it the closed session creep. A closed session doesn't mean anything that you don't want the public to know you talk about in closed session. It's the exact opposite. Remember, we start from the point of everything is public and then we drill down to the very narrow funnel of what can be discussed in closed. And the reason why it's discussed in closed is there's a specific rationale for it. So you'll notice on your agenda that it's expressly described in the agenda. Rosie has all the exceptions and there are safe harbors that require it to be put on the agenda the way it does get put on the agenda. Very rarely does action get taken in closed session, but sometimes it does, and then it may need to be reported out. The last bullet point really goes to my point of there needs to be a real reason why it's done in closed session. Litigation strategy is kind of the easiest one, makes most sense to people. You're not going to talk about how you're going to defeat a case in a public session. Or if you're looking at buying a building, are you going to want to tell everybody that you don't want to buy that building? Probably not.
No, click on the may need to be reported out for
Yeah.
action taken. You have a cheat sheet for what?
I can give you one. Yes, yeah. So only certain things, and the Brown Act says what needs to be reported out. I'll give you an easy example. If you have a litigation closed session and your attorney is giving you option A and option B on how to either defend or pursue a case, and the board takes a vote on that, You're not gonna come out after the board meeting and say, our attorney has decided, or our board has decided that we're gonna go this way in this case. So that's something that doesn't need to be reported. Hiring the CEO, best that that's done in open session, but if it is done in a closed session, that has to be reported out in addition to how everybody voted for that. We like to see that happen in open session because of the transparency. So these are some examples of the limited closed session. So real property transactions, it's somewhat narrow because it's only price in terms of payment. So that really handicaps what it is that you can talk about. Litigation, existing, anticipated, and if you're wanting to initiate litigation, with existing, it has to have the case name. So it's very clear. If it's anticipated and there's been a demand out there, for example, sometimes I'll see someone threatening to sue a hospital and they send a letter to the board. That is in essence out there in the public. So your closed section exception would say anticipated litigation, discuss demand letter on June 5th by Mrs. Smith against Watsonville Hospital. So some description so the public knows what's going on.
More about that.
Okay, all right. Personnel issues, labor negotiations, hospital peer review, medical staff reports. So that's a big part of what the hospital nonprofit would do. It's not of the district wouldn't have that closed session because it has no medical staff. Healthcare also allows you to do a trade secrets exception. This one, it constantly confuses my clients because you'll see new is highlighted there. It has to be a new service or a program. This does not work if you want to close a service. You cannot talk about that under the closed session. Trade secrets exception. It's only for new services. You wanna now have brain surgery. You wanna talk about what that's gonna look like. You wanna hire the doctors. That's a new service program. You wanna buy a new hospital, that would be a new service. And the medical staff privileges and medical staff reports. I think you guys are probably really familiar with that. So as I said, Rosie has the safe harbor language and we provide support when things are seem a little unclear. Oh, there we go. Say consult with attorney for language requirements. All right, so the public has to comment on that closed session. Many times, most often, if they see a labor negotiations on there, you're gonna have people show up and they want to talk about it. And you have to report it, even announce it, even if there's no reportable action. Only members of the legislative body, legal counsel, and necessary consultants can be present. So it's kind of awkward sometimes, but you might have to excuse some staff members that might not have a need to know or be necessary. This is just confidentiality, and we've probably spoken about that. There are Brown Act remedies for inappropriate disclosure. There's always a second chance. If the Brown Act has been violated, you get a do-over for the most part. You say, oops, not so good, but it looks like it happened. Someone called us on it. We're gonna do it over. We're gonna do that vote again. There are certain things that can't be invalidated. Things usually that are related to financial, like if you got a huge loan or something, that's probably gonna end up being okay, even there's a Brown Act violation, because the whole financing industry would come to a grinding halt if those were deemed to be invalid. All right, working with the public. You were working in a fishbowl, which is very uncomfortable. I can imagine and know. Ensure consistency in the meetings. You know, be very professional. This board has always been extremely professional, extremely respectful of people. Be prepared, stick to the agenda. You shouldn't have to pound on your gavel, I'm hoping. Be thoughtful on how you advocate. Don't publicly attack staff. I see that a lot. Board attacking staff members, and it's really demoralizing for staff. And not really conducive. Respect management style. Hire a good CEO and give them room to manage, which I think you've really done. Steve does a great job. And don't use agency resources for individual purposes. hey, my daughter's having a birthday party. Could you send out these 500 invitations? All right, so resources. This is my Bible. This is what it looks like. That's the website. You can download it. Maybe Rosie, if you wanted it, would even download it for you. We don't have to waste your paper at home. I look at this all the time. Every single thing you want to know about the Brown Act is in there. Questions? Did I leave enough time for questions?
Yeah, we have 5 minutes for questions.
Oh, perfect.
I have a question though.
Yes,
I want to go back to that example you gave where you were talking about a reporter
Yes.
calling multiple board members.
yes,
Is that, was I understanding you to say that could
yes.
constitute a meeting if a reporter separately calls
Yes.
multiple board members?
The problem is not that in itself, but they call Tony and want Tony's comment, and then the reporter says, so how do you think your fellow board members are voting? And Tony says, well, I think Marcus thinks this, and Katie thinks this, so that reporter has been the enabler, right? And so you really should have a policy that funnels, especially media, through you. You're the person that has the talent for that, right? And then, you know, the board chair, sometimes it's appropriate for the board chair to make comments,
Yeah,
and then the
generally,
CEO.
just-
Mhm.
The world, I mean, like to, usually one board member would be ideal to have comment.
Yes,
We'll figure out who's available.
Yes.
And have that.
Yes.
If there's a need to have a spokesperson from the board.
yes,
it's always
exactly,
better.
exactly. Yeah,
Thank
you have a very hard job. Yeah. Yeah.
Never go.
Yeah. Any other questions? No, yes?
Might be more of a comment, but also maybe validating what I hear in my day job. So you, in the last 10 years, notes on a paper are now becoming public
Yes,
record
Yes.
documents.
yes,
So that, wasn't,
Yes.
the case before.
and
things-
personal emails.
Emails
Yeah.
and text messages, and things that you would mark draft are now no longer considered draft. So just,
Yes,
I
yes,
guess you're validating that. And it's just-
exactly.
It's a big new world in that space.
Exactly. So my correspondence to you all is attorney-client. That stays attorney-client. But if you communicate with each other, there's no protection there, and that's many times how Brown Act violations get discovered, because you have someone in the public who makes a request, and then, those all have to be provided. Same thing with documents. There's very few things that are immune from disclosure under the Public Records Act.
Another thing we get coached on is, as a staff member, a lot of times we count votes, right? But don't ever put that in writing.
Yes, yes,
If
exactly.
you're discussing like, how will this item go with the board? But you don't ever
Exactly.
want to put that in a chat or text.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I think Marcus, Tony, and Dr. Joe are gonna vote this way.
Exactly, and texts are fair game. There was a big case out of San Jose on emails, on whether because people were like, oh, it's my personal email, But if you're talking about district business on your personal email, that does not shield it. So, and then it's just really awkward and uncomfortable to have to go through your personal emails to look for things. So use your district email, and, anytime you write something, unless you're writing it to me, just think this could be subject to disclosure. So always keep that in the back of your mind.
So I think in this conversation, one of the things that we were hoping to do was to just reinforce and continue to provide clarity about what the rules are. Because certainly you're going to worry about the risks and be concerned about doing it wrong, right? And this board is interested in, on the district side in particular, thinking about the future and having that opportunity to be creative and to be strategic and to identify strategy. And so that should happen here in the public setting, and not outside the public setting.
You could take in information from your constituents. So remember, I was saying, listen a lot, talk little until you get into your meeting, right? You're absorbing all this because it does make an impact on what what direction you want to go. And it sounds like you have your strategic planning committee, right? So the committee can do some work. It's a standing committee, so it will also have to comply with the Brown Act. But it can do some of the heavy lifting and then bring it back to the board for recommendations and thoughts.
And if the board members had someone from the public approach them with a really creative idea or a concern or a problem. So what they could say back is something like, I can't speak to my position or the board's position on that matter. But thank you for sharing your feedback, and my recommendation is you connect with Steve.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I'll take it under advisement. And then connect with Steve. So you have a buffer to help you, and it's completely appropriate to do it that way. Don't feel like you're dodging the bullet. It's completely appropriate to do it that way.
Okay. Rosie, any raised hands for public comment?
No one online.
I have a public comment.
Sure.
Thank you for that great presentation.
Sure.
I think, one of the things that come to mind, and it's just a comment, is the relationship, all the information on the Brown Act has with our current staff members and staff not understanding the process. And I think perhaps a hiccups or something we can work together. I encourage the board, Steve, administration, is to educate and give a brief overview of how we manage, how these meetings are managed. I think staff feel very comfortable with many of you and can have multiple conversations, but fully understanding how this process functions, I don't think we're there yet. So I really encourage, or this can be shared with staff members, so there's a growth and uplifting both from the board perspective, but also staff, so that there's a clear understanding of what role we all play through the different lenses and hats and opportunities to dialogue.
Thanks, Jim. I'll get back to you.
Okay, all right, thank you. For sharing that with us. Okay, so we are gonna shift now to, give me one more. Talking about the outcomes from the assessment that the board members took. So I'll walk you through a slide deck that has some discussion questions embedded in the slide deck about the results, and give your board the opportunity to talk about those results. We're gonna aim for about 50 minutes on this item, because that'll bring us back into our agenda timeframes. We'll see, your board might want to have more discussion or less. And you'll see me at some point stopping just to take notes. I won't flip chart it, but I will on the computer. Great, thank you.
I was gonna sneak out. Is that all right?
Please stay private.
I know.
Thank you.
If we said no, you.
I know, I would stay. I would
Oh,
stay.
you would?
I would. Yes, I would. I aim to serve.
All right, so just by way of background, it's been said a couple of times in the meeting, but I think it is really important just to continue to recognize and celebrate the volume of work and the success that these boards have had in executing their responsibilities. I think it merits recognition that you're doing this 21 months in, but the focus of this retreat, while you're hungry to have the strategic discussion, and it's really important that you're starting with yourselves and thinking about your own leadership and how to enhance and improve your leadership. The opportunities and the vision that you hold are really compelling, and there's so much work to be done, and that to achieve that work is going to take really effective leadership. So it's important that you're spending the day doing this, that you're listening to the Brown Act training and thinking about how to execute your role appropriately, that you are willing to engage in this survey. So just wanting to start from that perspective. And so one of the ways that you are addressing your own governance is by engaging in the ACHD tool to assess your performance. So just by way of reminding, there was 10 leadership categories that you self-surveyed in 167 different criteria to think about how effectively is this board governing as a group. It asked you, the survey tool, to rate how well you accomplish your fiduciary duties, with 1 being you disagree, it's poorly executed, to 5 you strongly agree, we consistently always do this kind of work. And the idea is that you would identify 1 or 2 areas for improvement for this year. You have a lot of work on, right? So you don't want to overwhelm yourselves with work, but thinking about 1 or 2 areas of focus over the next year just to improve governance. Okay, another input to this work was that we conducted pre-retreat interviews, 1 to explore with board members your understanding of the board goals for today and your interests in this retreat. The ACHD also identifies those kinds of interviews as another tool to assess board performance. So it'll be something you can think about over time. Do you want to incorporate a series of interviews with your board members as you're thinking about your own governance and educational opportunities, but it's a best practice. So you're going to pat yourselves on the back, do it again, because you've assessed yourself 2 different ways. What we did was to take all of the themes from the discussions and then from the survey tools and highlight 4 areas for deeper discussion, but I'll walk through the strengths and the weaknesses that we identified from all, just to give you that high level overview. So before we launch into the results, just checking in with your board, about how was this experience for you to self-assess at this point in your tenure? And then 2 questions kind of longer term for you to think about. You are in this position where you could potentially have new board members every 2 years because of the election cycle. So you're going to have a period of onboarding potentially consistently. So how best to incorporate self-assessment for an ever-evolving board, and how can you make this part of your practice? So I don't know which of those questions are most compelling to this board, but let's maybe take 3 minutes and think about the process of assessment. So thoughts on that?
To number 1 and 2, I think, from my perspective, been on now for 2 years. So I feel like now in year 2 is a great place for me to kind of look back and kind of how I feel the board, and then also how I'm doing in my role. And so it was nice to kind of recenter in strategic planning and how well we've done it and what have been the challenges of the last 2 years. And so I think like the 2-year timeline is good. And so I don't know if, in terms of like question number 2, it's nice to assess as an entire board, but maybe it's like a separate self-assessment of individual board members and 2-year increments. I don't know if that would work best. But I felt like the 2-year was really nice because and other folks with like public service backgrounds as well too, or I've worked with public boards. It's tough to kind of gauge success over the course of 1 year for something like strategic planning and goals. 2 years is nice. That's typically what you see with like a strategic plan, is 2-year kind of outlook, if not more. So.
Yeah, so thinking about that cadence, and maybe there's something more compressed and then the fuller survey every 2 years as opposed to.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Other thoughts on the process? Everybody loved it. It was thoroughly enjoyable to go through 167 questions.
Other than a hero, hey Rosie, reminding me that I didn't do it. I actually found it pretty easy to navigate. I was surprised. Wasn't sure. I was kind of intimidated with the idea of it, but I thought the tool was well built and was easy to navigate.
Good. Okay. All right, let's move on from process and talk about what we see in the results. So I want to start out with the strengths. And these are those leadership categories where the ratings across the criteria were generally at 4 or above. So you strongly agree, or you are consistently agreeing that your board performs well in these areas. Also included on this slide from the strengths perspective is that when we did the interviews and your board was verbally sharing your perception of strength on the board, those are included here as well. So there's a lot of good news. Across the board, when you are evaluating your own board's work and engaging in the mission, and values and the criteria that support that category, you're rating yourselves as you have high levels of agreement. You feel that the board is doing really well in this area. Similarly, that your board meetings are really well run. You're getting the information that you need. Dialogue is happening. You're getting support from staff. You rated quality and patient safety categories high, generally across the board. And if there's specific metrics that called out to each of you, because the full results were in the packet, please share those with me or rate that and we can talk about them further. You rated your relationship with the CEO high, relationship with medical staff, financial leadership, so the board's financial leadership, not staff's, but how the board is engaging with the financial oversight role that it holds. And in community health, there was a leadership category in community health. And so your development and support of community initiatives, the criteria in support of that category were rated high. When you're speaking of each other, you noted as a strength for this board that each of you is bringing a diverse skills and backgrounds and really bringing that insight into your board work. What I heard from every board member is that you really believe in and feel that genuine and authentic commitment to the community for each of your peers. So everybody believes that everyone else is here for the right reasons and is truly committed to the work of the organization. You appreciate each other's engagement. People show up prepared and ready for the meetings. And then you're persevering through some really challenging issues. And I think that makes a lot of sense when you think about the comments that you made at the beginning of the meeting where you want to be doing this, like showing up to persevere is a reason why each of you has agreed to join the board. So these are the strengths that you all reported. From a weakness or opportunity to focus, these are those categories, those leadership areas and the criteria where you rated them below a 3. So there was some disagreement, or you're saying that the board's performance in some of these criteria was inconsistent. Some of these areas was also supported by the weaknesses reported in the interviews, but they don't merit separate categories because they fell into the categories from the assessment tool. The greatest area for growth is in this leadership structure and processes. There was quite a few criteria in the areas of board development. So what is the process for board development? Knowledge in developing board relationships and communication and increasing strategic focus. Those categories were typically rated below 3. So you disagree that there's enough time, that there's a well-developed process. So that was the flavor of the criteria in those areas. From a community relationship standpoint, and I think it came through in some of the vision and some of the dashboarding that we talked about, lower ratings in whether the community trusts and has confidence in the district and the hospital yet. So this is an area of focus in the opportunity to communicate. And in the communication, in the recommendations later, you'll see I'm pulling in the staff, the medical staff, because the 2 areas that were low rated for the medical staff perspective was ensuring that the board is communicating out to medical staff decisions, just closing the loop with the medical staff. And that feels like it's true with the community as well. So that's just thinking about that communication. That idea, people know they can access care, they know that they'll be helped here, that there's community trust is an opportunity. Similarly, in the community health side, so when you're thinking about the board's leadership in the health of the community, involving the community in assessment and then responding to their feedback were lower rated categories. And this isn't necessarily about the community health needs assessment because that work is done. It's more about like, are the services meeting the needs of the community? There might be an opportunity to get community input in the services and then act on that feedback. Strategic direction, I think you're hearing that, and there was the energy around the vision. Is this board giving itself enough time to really dive into strategy, to really contemplate strategy and to think forward? So monitoring progress, understanding the environment, those were the 3 areas of strategic focus that might need a little bit more time and attention for the board. There was lower rated questions in the area of organizational ethics And that was really just around the board's awareness. And so the narrative comments were helpful in the survey because board members said, I don't think that there's an ethical issue. It's more about, I'm not sure about that policy. And it may have been adopted by the board at a previous period of time. And so there might be an opportunity to just come back to the board, and walk through the organizational ethics, kind of like the compliance plan, reporting mechanisms and those kinds of things. No board concern, just lack of awareness on those steps having been taken. So wanting to give a lot of time for your board because you had the opportunity to see, and I'm going to pass these out, the results, and hopefully you had a chance to review those in the packet because we didn't put them in detail in the slide deck. But what stands out to you from the strengths and weaknesses identified in the survey? When I'm talking now, this is just a lot and also.
Happy to jump in with
Yeah.
community engagement measure and the community initiative for our hospital really highlighted the gap
Mhm.
in information amongst members of our community who live just down the street, literally, and what's really going on here. So just, to highlight that our board has been so focused on supporting in mechanics of turnaround, bankruptcy, that we haven't, and I think that dovetails into governance as well. We haven't spent a lot of time in how we best educate and communicate, engage, and get involvement in the community.
Yeah.
And I think I remember early on talking about all these community committees we might have or ways to get input, and we just haven't been able to have the time to stretch into that.
Mhm.
And likewise, from a governance model, I felt myself leaning too much into what I do for a job. And that's where I brought to the table versus thinking,
Mhm.
what do I do as a board member in the healthcare district? I've been on the board before, but what the healthcare district and a hospital, which is totally different, or building that subject matter experience. Like I'm still learning and Googling during meetings what a term
Yeah.
means. So it's still feel like I'm catching up in a lot of ways of what hospital operations are.
Yeah. Yeah, and that makes sense from the data in the survey because there is this idea both in the tool about the development of the board and its governance, and then the idea of board education. And so we'll talk through some topics, like there may be, core concepts that you need education in that will enable you to participate in meetings that free your mind up so that you can think bigger picture and longer term. Because there's this catch up that's necessary. What other impressions from the survey, things that stood out to you? Surprises?
I think, to Marcus's point, I think the community health dash involved the communicate with the community and then community relationships. I think that means something different for everyone, depending on what part, what kind of, kind of pocket of the community that you live in and that you belong in, quote unquote. But I think I knew that this was, from my own perspective, when I was filling it out, I felt that this was a weakness as well too, and it's not I think a product of anything else than we had special legislation passed in record time in order to just save this hospital, and the main thing that a lot of people, Marcus and Ted said right now that was fresh on their minds that, oh, the hospital's going out of business right now, you're not, and that's kind of the small nugget of this really incredible story that they have. I think though, it's good to see that over I want to say the last 3 months, I've seen various initiatives already start off, whether it be with the foundation's upcoming event or with Steve and Nancy working to expand communications to staff and to the general public and stuff, that we're addressing these things. And I think we see these, I myself as one board member saw these as a weakness, but not as something that we're not trying to work to fix. And I'm really encouraged by a lot of the work that's been going on to address some of these, because you all see them as well too, as like, we're not where we want to be with these yet, and we're making, good progress on these things. And so it's good. I think I'm encouraged by this, even if right now, we're not where we want to be. We're trying to figure out how to address some of these. So that's really great. And then the strategic focus one is just, I think, speaking just from my own, it was through the first year, especially when we were meeting sometimes twice or 3 or 4 times a month. I think we met one month, like 4 times. Just to literally sign and get policy in just for the district and the hospital. And then it was like, okay, you need to meet 4 times in the August before you become the owner of the hospital. So all of these things were so hospital focused. And I think when we did the strategic planning document, the mission, vision, values, we had that same kind of push and pull of like, this isn't just the hospital, this isn't, this is the entire district, but with the focus of the strategic planning being primarily a hospital, making sure that we're here for the next 5 years. And so I knew that that was a weakness in my eyes, but now I know that the board and in its current construction right now, like we all see that as the next step for us is now that we have an awesome team, awesome administrative team, and Measure N is passed, and we've got some other really cool initiatives that now we can start thinking about more strategically. So I think I'm not really surprised with some of the things that came up in the weaknesses. I'm just really encouraged that we're like, I think that everyone in this room is kind of all in alignment. Like, yeah, these are things that we need to improve on, and that we're making some really cool headway on, some good headway on improving them.
So I wasn't here when this was done, but what surprises me is I don't understand the community relationships versus community health. Because when I saw community health, I thought, well, the community should include the medical, but that's up here. So I'm not sure which is which. But when I look at community health or community relationships, for me as a community member, is show me. Don't tell me, show me. I want my neighbor to say like, I went to community hospital and it was great. I don't want to hear a spiel. I want people to tell me like, I went to the hospital, it's changed. It's really good. That's how we're going to get more people. As telling people going, we could go to Rotary and make a presentation, but, we're preaching to our wrong crowd, I think. And I think I just word of mouth. Now, my husband is having surgery in 2 days. We'll have an opportunity to tell 100 people how easy it was and how it went. That's what we need.
Yeah.
And I'm really show me, I work for the city over 1 million years. We could tell them everything up the moon. Show me, is my road paved? Yes or no? So that's what I look at.
And you'll see in the recommendations, I feel like the lower rated criteria in the community health, community relationship areas are really related, and it's about services. So do we have a process to secure and evaluate community feedback on the value of our programs and services? Not necessarily the outcomes, but how they feel about those services. We measure public perception of programs and services, community contribution, perceived trust. So it's a lot of what you've been talking about today, that is the next level opportunity for this board.
And I think it will take care of those recognized weaknesses. In my personal opinion.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, or should I move on to opportunities?
I just have one quick thought.
Yes.
So in the board's strength is quality and patient safety.
Yeah.
And if I'm correct, on the hospital dashboard, that is more of a growth area. And so it just signaled to me that there could be a little bit of a disconnect there, if those are not the same, like, or those aren't aligned.
Well, and there's 2 things happening, I think my observation is when you're thinking about the governance responsibility of a board as to the hospital having a safety program, yes. You know it's there, it's presented to you, you know what's happening, which is different than the actual outcome.
Yeah.
And so that's this place as a board member and for you maybe wearing 4 hats, right? So as a district, it's ensuring that your contractor has the processes and policies in place to produce the results and to track and measure things.
Yeah.
And that is governance, right? It's being tracked and it is being reported honestly. Which is different than it is
Yeah,
not
that
actually
outcome.
producing the
Yeah.
result. And so that's where like flipping the hat can be
Yeah.
tricky. So at the board, what you assessed is all of the mechanisms are in place, the reporting is happening. And the question is this piece about disconnect, like, is the result what we would intend?
Yeah.
And the tension is that the board's role to dig into, or is it the board's role to say to staff, this is the metric that you should be achieving and we're not seeing it, so please go fix it. And we're gonna turn our attention here. And that's the hat flipping thing,
Yeah.
right? And the tension if you're in the hospital and people are seeing the board. So it's a really important observation to catch on to and to be thinking about which hat are you wearing when you're engaging in the content.
Yep.
Yeah.
And same with the relationship with medical staff,
Yes.
right? Like the same thing is coming up for me, I think. From the board level, yes, it's in place.
Right. Yes, and I think the one piece is to close the loop.
Yeah.
And to have bi-directional communication without getting into the issues, because it's not the board's job to manage the staff and to engage the staff, but the board should be aware because the board is responsible for putting the resources in place for the hospital to operate.
Yeah.
So you need the information that enables you to do your job. But again, it's that hat, what hat are you wearing? So the low rated questions have to do with this communications loop, I think. So just making sure, thinking about when a board makes a decision, perhaps connecting the staff, what's the communication to medical staff? So that you know that that loop is closed. That becomes part of your board practice. Okay.
You put questions up there, so I feel the need to answer them.
Yes, please.
For 3 and 4, this is like pat ourselves on the back, the board relationships, ... like this board is impressive. I have such high trust and confidence in our board members. We're candid, we're honest, we bring passion and we care, which isn't always the case in my long experience. So I'm very grateful for the board members and I'm grateful for the relationship with the CEO. I also too didn't feel that was there. Not with you, but I think we started and it was just all, we're in that messy middle and I'm really grateful to our CEO and how you approach things and by extension, working with staff, even though we're not, that isn't our purview, but we're so fortunate to have the staff do our. I just want to acknowledge that strength and the weakness is strategic planning. We just haven't had the time. I mean, even on strategic plan, we kind of said, these are a lot of great ideas. We'll come back to them.
Mhm.
And we never really spent the time diving into all those great ideas.
Yeah. I'm impressed with the relationship between the board and everybody, all your executive staff, and each other, but yeah, the relationships between the board and executive staff is outstanding, and then financial leadership that we have both as staff and board is something.
I think the strengths are really important to highlight. And I went through them quickly because the weaknesses and the opportunities to improve are always meatier, and that's where the action is. But because all of those strengths are in place and they're foundational to the function of your board. So it's really important you have a really strong foundation to now move forward, right? To engage in the strategic focus, to engage in the community in a different way. So that is something to be proud of. And it enables you to think about, because you're going to have cycles in your board, what's needed to maintain that. And you'll be able to measure it, right? If you were to use this tool in a future period, you can see what progress you've had in each of those categories and are you holding in those areas that you've already built strength. I'm gonna give it one more pause of silence to see if anybody had any additional thoughts before I move to opportunities. They made you sit uncomfortably in silence for a few seconds, so I'm gonna let it go. Okay. So what opportunities do we see in the results? You can see them up on the slide, and I ordered them based on where I think the focus might be based on the comments from the board. For the purposes of the discussion today, right, we're focusing on governance improvement for your board and educational opportunity. And really what you see in the results, those criteria that are lower rated are about shifting the board's focus to a strategic focus wherever possible. So one of the criteria in this area was, does your board spend 75% of its time on strategic issues? And so just, how does that land, that idea of 75% of your time in discussion being on strategic issues?
Are you asking us right now? Oh,
Does that seem feasible, realistic?
Sounds like a great vision.
Right?
Vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like we get the chance to do that much.
Yeah, so we'll have some more conversation around that, but it feels like that is an area for this board to consider. How do you carve out that time? It may not be 75%, but if you're leaning in that direction, what does it look like? So you can communicate to staff what your need would be. The next is to think about this idea of an annual governance improvement plan. So you have this tool at your disposal. You saw the video when we began, and the ACHD has this 6 series of videos, these webinars that your board could incorporate into future board meetings if you wanted to. And they talk about different aspects of governance. You could also identify areas from the conversation today that staff could potentially research and bring back in meetings, thinking about how to improve the governance aspects of your work. So that's an area for further discussion. The education plan we touched on a little bit. So like, what aspects of hospital operations do you not feel solid in that might have you tend towards digging into operations, which if you better understood the information in the board packet, you could move on and focus on other issues. So there's probably a few key areas for education, training really that could come into the board meetings for your board. Another opportunity is to really spend the time to do that onboarding program. You know, now you have this board, it's been operating for 21 months. You have a better sense of what's needed for board members to understand as they come on board. You may be cycling people through every 2 years. And so what is that onboarding program that ensures people get up to speed and can engage where you need them to be? That feels like a good opportunity. Another place is in the area of advocacy. So there was lots of discussion, some of the criteria that were lower rated were around advocating. And then some of the comments were about board members understanding, like, where is our role? What do we need to be doing in the community? You need to do it carefully, right? You can't be having conversations with people in the community about matters under the jurisdiction, because that would be a potential Brown Act violation. So is the board having an advocacy plan, an advocacy platform that you adopt? So this is an area of conversation for your board, so you have clarity about how to engage in advocacy. And then it came up in your dashboard. So this seems like a really good area of focus. Again, in that area of community health and community relationships, the criteria were really around, are you assessing and acting on community perception and input about services? So this is less about need, because the need assessment happens, and this is more about how does the community perceive the district? How does the community perceive the hospital and our services? And when they provide us with input, do we take action towards it? Are we building trust? A communication plan, you know, that's an opportunity. Do you have a communication plan for the community as well as for the medical staff, so that people have the information that they need when they need it? And then this is just a question. I think you started with some conversation with Steve, you know, either clarifying the monitoring metrics that you need to receive as each board to know progress is happening, or confirming. You know, is it that the right information isn't being presented, or is it just making sure that you all feel confident in your understanding of the information? I don't know what the answer is, but there's a little bit of something there. That feels like, from a governance perspective, a lower, an issue of lower importance, because you can work through that in the board meetings and you have the packet, where some of these things feel like bigger impact. So thinking about these opportunities, which are also in the SWOT, which you had handed out to you. Are we good?
Yeah.
I'm curious about which 1 to 2. So if you were going to prioritize 1 or 2 things from the governance perspective to improve the performance of this board, what would those 1 or 2 things be? And then the second question is, does it differ if you're thinking district to hospital? And I might flip chart this because it'll.
Anyone like to start?
What did you focus on?
I want to, strategic, scheduling strategic plan, evaluation, expansion, changes, just having a scheduled strategic planning. And the second I'd focus on is community involvement engagement. And I don't, at this level, from a governance perspective, I see differences in the objectives, but I don't really see differences in this topic between the two in my mind.
Okay.
Eager to listen and understand where they might be.
Yeah, and I wonder for your board, will it shift as if you were to get into this work of investing and defining more deeply what the district is and how you communicate the district? There may be changes that come up where the hospital is the nonprofit executing the services, the district is ensuring the hospital is performing and thinking about the health of the district. It could change over time. But for right now, it may not be. Yeah. What else would people prioritize? Or do you want to endorse those priorities? The 2 opportunities for improvement this year in governance.
You put it back to the priors.
Thank you.
I think for me, it would be the commitment to strategic focus in terms of the opportunities. And then the other one would be identify advocacy priorities. If I'm having to pick 2, I think like a really close third would be the onboarding program for new board members so that they kind of understand what exactly their role is and how they can jump onto what's like a fast moving train, no matter what time that they're joining us. But I think if we have a commitment to our strategic focus, that at least makes that for board members who are really engaged and can digest a lot of difficult information quickly, like being able to look at a strategic plan and saying these are our areas of focus, and how they fit into that strategic plan in those areas of focus. I think will at least get them to a point where the onboarding process, in my opinion, would not be as important as advocacy priorities. I think in terms of making headway kind of where we're at as a district, those 2 things are really important, is making sure that we commit to our strategic focus as a board, and then also the advocacy opportunities in terms of like year 2, trying to get into year 5 into that. I think are important. And I'm kind of with Marcus as well too, as to the differences between the district and the hospital boards and how they might push up against one another. I think initially the conversations that we had when we were thinking about that as we were standing up the district and the hospital was that, say the best opportunity to improve the financial status of the hospital is to have to, make some sort of concession within the strategic values of the district in terms of the services that we provide or the people that we treat. And so that was the initial one, but I think that I don't know if that's as strong an issue now. And then but I think with the idea of in my mind, uplifting the commitment to strategic focus, I think that really solidifies the thing, kind of the guardrails for where the hospital is working within the district, within our community. So.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm really glad that I have these other board members that really think about the stuff up here, because I always think about the stuff down here, so we balance each other really well.
Yeah.
So for me, it's assess and act on community perception and input. And the second one is clarify or confirm monitoring metrics to enable oversight rather than management. So I'm just more of a practical, my two more are more practical than the really good ideas that everybody else said. I mean, they're all true, but my focus is more community, more bottom.
Okay.
I would add a vote to strategic focus. Because I do think that the healthcare ecosystem of this county is going to demand that we are innovative and strategic. So, the 1 point for that, and then for me, the next three are sort of similar. So I think they can all be lumped together into growth and a commitment to educate and grow, both in our knowledge and in governance.
It's almost like they're all like board development, right? Like all three of them
Yeah.
all intertwined, like.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Dr. Gallagher? Do you have thoughts?
Pardon?
Do you have thoughts?
No. Yes, to Marcelo's point, I mean, the communication and then the community perception and input regarding the services, it's almost like, it's like the bottom up instead of like this strategic planning, like.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
I'm down
you
here.
know, like, yeah, it's like, but if you act on the input and improve that, right, then everything else you would think would improve
Yeah.
going upwards, right?
Well, the thing is that you really need the top, totally.
Mhm.
So my point is just, let's not forget that bottom part, but you can't do that without really doing that strategic.
Right.
Yeah, I just, let's not stay up here and let's go down.
Perfect. I'm gonna shift, well, I wanna pause and just see, Steve, if you have any reaction or responses to any of the comments. There's a narrower list from here.
Yeah, which is
I'm
great,
kind of
and I
putting on the
took, I
spot,
took
but-
notes on all that, and I think that's, I mean, that's my piece at the end, you know, I wanna keep
Yeah.
hearing these and seeing the notes, and if we're really gonna need to narrow down, so we're not gonna be able to do, I think we put check marks or votes next to like 6 of those.
Yeah, yeah,
And we won't be able to have actions around all 6,
Mhm.
at least with if we wanna really nail them, right, knock them out of the park, we're gonna need to pick 2 or 3. And so I think that'll be, like, let's just keep that in the back of your mind over the next 45 minutes or so, because at the end, we're gonna try to come back and what do we wanna really prioritize for the next 6 or 12 months?
Yeah.
In terms of action and homework. To collaborate with you all on.
okay. So, just from the education perspective, so there's the idea of where is the board focusing its time and energy and how is it demonstrating its governance responsibilities, but then there may be information or insight, knowledge that you need. And so these were the topics that came out in interviews. And I'm wondering, of these, are there ones that stand out to you? So, you know, key issues influencing district hospitals that you might want more. And, you know, Steve touched on that in his comments, just thinking about the environment and the policy environment and how it will be challenging to the district hospitals. Trends and issues in quality and patient safety. There were some comments around, and I think it's that tension between the board's obligation to ensure that there are programs in place and things are being monitored. And then there's an interest in what's actually happening with the results. And so how does the board understand what trends are and how to compare the hospital's performance or the district's performance so you wear the right hat? Maybe that's an area of education and opportunity. Key issues in publicly funded programs. You have a high proportion of people in our community that are insured by Medicaid and Medicare. And there are specific issues that are confronting hospitals because of the public funding area. So, you know, is that an area for education? ongoing education around conflicts of interest and organizational ethics. That's more about awareness, just making sure the board knows what already exists. And then, because there is the community health needs assessment, being sure that the board's aware of that and thinking about what could be done in that services assessment, which is different than needs, right? That would have to be built. That doesn't exist today. So there might be some education around what exists today and how much different information would you need, right? To enable a strategic focus on services before you act. So in these areas, do any of these things stand out as like really important for this board to receive education on maybe in this year? Or other topics where you're like, that's not even the thing for me is this.
I think all of them. I also, what did I just say? I think
everything all at once.
I think though, I think though, looking at like some of the weaknesses and then also just my general sense, Steve, like we also, and Katie made the good point of like, staff needs to call us out more as well too. So like Steve or whoever, but for us to get a sense of direction of like, how do you want to use us as well too? And then I think that'll also influence like, what is the most important thing for us to be educated on? And so like, for instance, for like an advocacy piece, if you want us to do whatever it is that you need us to do, to, you know, or to do some of the work in like the board priorities of, plan for community medical staff communications or address community perception, like that sort of stuff, like to be advocates within the community. That's how you see like, oh, I think the board is best used for this. I think this board member is best used for this. Like, I think that influences some of the potential education topics. I think from like a sustainability, and then also some of the pieces that I think you and I align on of like, we have an incredible opportunity to showcase what an independent healthcare provider, if run correctly with a ton of community and external private partnerships, could look like, is number one. I mean, I think, the key issues that some of the district independent hospitals are facing today, I think that that's really important. And then, I think, and number three as well too, the publicly funded programs, like just the challenges of Medi-Cal reimbursements and how we communicate that out and like to who, right, for the board of who we're talking to when we're useful for you to, to move us forward on some of those initiatives. But I think all of these are really important, but I'm thinking about like the sustainability, not just for Watson Community Hospital, but also making like incremental moves at the state and federal levels for sustainability of like all independent hospitals that are trying to replicate what we have. I look at like Hazel Hopkins and all the stuff that they're doing, and there's some like little small touches of like what we did, standing this up, what they're trying to do over there. I think 1 and 3 are really essential for us this year. And with the idea that like, we're not gonna go out and change anything substantial in the legislature in 1 year, but building that up and having that education program of like, this is number 1 and this is number 2. And these are the things that we, over the course of 5 years with our legislative partners, can make progress on, right? So I think for me, those 2 things.
I'm seeing a lot of nodding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, 1 and 3.
1 and 3. Good. Okay, so there's some narrowing.
Great.
Yeah. And then to think about how does this board want to receive information? So we had the experience of the video, right? And we have this longer form meeting today where you're having more discussion. So this is adapted from the ACHD's educational tools with the one addition of adding the onboarding because that came through. So, the way that education can be delivered could be through the CEO briefings and the board meetings. It could be through the invitation of speakers to your board meetings on hot topics. If there's a specific area and there's an industry expert, you could invite them to come speak for a period of time. You could actually host and design, this might be a year 3 or 4 thing, but it's an interesting idea, host and design a community education symposium on an area relevant to the district where you're inviting speakers in and your board is participating in that and members of the community. And that would be a bigger issue, but that's something that ACHD talks about. There are state programs that are available, like your association, and like Noel said, if you all went to those meetings, because it's so easy to clear your schedules to do so, but if you went to those meetings, you could receive all of that education, and that would be a fine and appropriate way for you to engage in content. Board members could say, I need information on this specific topic. It might be that staff would have to build out the bandwidth to then turn those materials around, but that's something you can consider. Do we want to have a library of resources or a way where individual members can say, I really need education on this one topic, can you help me? And then staff could support that, right? This is an option. A strong onboarding program could help with a lot of it because then people would get consistent information and that's something that can be through. So do any of these, what sounds desirable and what sounds feasible for you all?
It's funny, the community education symposium, it wasn't quite that. You say year 3, Nancy put that on in like what was it, month 6 or whatever it was? So I like the idea of, I mean, the CEO briefings are the ones that are the easiest, I think, and we already kind of do those with one-on-one check-ins with those. And for me, it's been really helpful as well too, just to have that and I feel more prepared going into board meetings, even when I was not the board chair, and just being able to be looped into everything that was happening and understand what's heading towards us, for that. And I do like, the speakers one as well too. I've seen that work really well, although I'll defer to both of you, of like how that actually works in practice with board members, of you getting someone to come before your board or your council and then having them listen to the speaker and how much information they retain from that, right? I think.
Depends on your level of interest.
Right, exactly, yeah. So, how effective those things are, right? But I think for a board that's really engaged and interested in the topic, that works really
Yeah.
well.
If the majority of the board is interested.
Right. So.
I'll jump in and kind of disagree. Be adamant about the state programs. I think my bias is operationally, that's the easiest to do. We go to and we meet with other district board members and we get to talk to them and understand their things. We get the trainings on best practices in districts. We kind of get a feel in the onboarding. I think that's a very efficient approach. So, calendaring it. All the others, the CEO briefings are great. Make sure they're happening.
Yeah.
But I worry about all the rest for just bandwidth.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
my advice.
Yeah.
To have symposiums would be awesome, to have speakers would be great, but right, worry about that.
Yeah.
Watch your calendar and your email, Marcella. They're on the way.
I'm not,
You and I.
I'm not in the hospital.
No, for you and I.
Okay.
They're on the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure what the community education symposium was meant to be, but the one idea that I've had is advertise and hold a meeting, like for people interested in running for the board, like explain what we do and what this is about, just have like a 1 hour meeting in the morning and then the afternoon for people that work during the day and just advertise it. And before that, August, when you have to sign up to run, and just say like, we would like to go over what we do, what this is about, see if you're really interested. Do you live in the district? Just the basic. The city clerks do it for people that want to run for council. And it's always well attended. I don't know if this get 5 people, I don't know, but I think if people think, okay, they're gonna explain it and stuff, maybe I'll go listen and run.
Great.
you know, the paper can interview Tony and Tony can say like, we really wanna involve the community.
Okay, all right. So we're wrapping up this item and having you all consider and think about, are there key takeaways that you want to report beyond what we've talked about already? Stands between you and break. That's a comment, sorry. So yeah, I just want to check in and see what are your key takeaways and thinking about the board's strengths and weaknesses in governance, these opportunities for improvement. If I'm reflecting and thinking about prioritizing amongst items, you know, it seems like the committing to strategic focus, community involvement and engagement, and then board education, if we were to narrow, might be the 3 areas of focus from a governance perspective. Where is that landing for the board?
Board, where's that landing for us? Say the 3 again for.
I think it's that committing to strategic focus.
Yeah.
Community involvement, engagement. And then board education. Those 3. Yeah. The first tactic in that board education might be onboarding.
Yeah.
Because the ways that they want to receive education seems to be in place in CEO briefings, so. And within a year, 6 months to a year. I'll let staff say whether that's feasible, but.
And hopefully there's 3 other districts who can send us their onboarding packets.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. All of those.
We've got templates for that.
It was really interesting to hear Noel highlight the fact that you are new.
Yeah.
You're so unique in so many ways, and it's something to think about, like people haven't established an organization, entities like this in a really long time, so. Yeah.
That's fun.
It's fun. It's
Yeah.
fun. Yeah,
Excitement.
adapting from things that were happening in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
When the world was completely different in so many ways to now, you know, you're really, that is healthcare revolution.
Yeah.
Okay,
Takeaway. You began with like actionable items. It'd be great to think about a periodic assessment just like this. And have, I think we all felt this, I'm inferring that we all felt this was a good tool. To do this regularly and you have a baseline of how things are progressed.
okay. Do you want, I don't know if we have public comment. Do we want to?
Probably should.
Yeah.
No one online.
Okay.
Public comment? Just big smiles? Okay.
Okay. Well, then I think we are at a break. So we have until, would people like a 10-minute break? Would that be good?
Sure.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Okay, so let's come back at 4:37 or 40. Okay.
Okay. That's all good. And then. Get out of this place. No. Oh, what it is to be a grandparent. My mom's next to me, she's like, I have a day off tomorrow, I'm gonna take your son to Gilroy Gardens.
Oh.
I graduated in 73. How about you?
Your assessment.
I was talking about.
What do you think about, when we have our election?
We had.
And we have maybe 1, 2, or all 3 board members.
Throw away.
Helpful again. in spring.
So what?
It's something that does be helpful again. in spring.
To have this kind of like overall visioning kind of thing, or do you think like more
I think
like?
maybe a different agenda topics, but what sort of format and sort of more conversational. Facilitative and visioning and that has almost a level of this too.
Yeah.
We have the board members.
Yeah, I think that's,
History.
yeah, it has to be from, you know, for them to kind of understand roles and responsibilities. To be honest, you come onto the board thinking it's one thing, and then it's something different. So like, I like what Marcella said as well, too, like, even if it's 40 minutes, I just like, here's what it's like, here's what you need to do, sign up. Here's, you know, depending on where you live, if you qualify.
Oh, yeah, not the office, it's related to the county, it's
Yeah.
for the county board, but they ask you guys some questions.
you know,
I was young, when I was young, right? You couldn't ask, they would just be like, giving you words, public comment, you're like, okay. Oh, my goodness,
our
right?
actually,
Is that something you made,
So,
what you're doing?
yeah,
You would have to be pretty soon, is it all in mind?
Interesting.
I don't wanna,
I'm just,
if you have the capacity,
for the people.
then maybe, but it would be really.
Yeah.
It would have to be,
We need to learn.
like, in a month,
Yeah.
yeah, July, in July, which is fine.
Yeah.
You can make morning coffee and afternoon coffee, right? To offer to you want to like announce it in our board meeting this month, so. If it's something you want to borrow or, you know, you want to facilitate that. If you're interested.
I'm interested, I'm also, I kind of have to, I know I'm the board chair, but I probably, I don't know if it'd be good for me to. Well, I can be in attendance, but to help like lead.
I guess, yeah, not to be a hub, you know, some of them, but,
Well,
to see if we can put it on the agenda for June,
Right.
in the morning,
We're having
approve whether or not they want to do that.
I mean, more for, yeah.
You know, a lot of.
Who would run the meeting? Would it be your vision like you? Cause I'm also for.
Sure.
So that's like the hard part is like, I wasn't, yeah, let's say like, yeah.
Yeah, well,
That's
we'll see, I mean,
Yeah.
and see what you're.
That's an awesome kind of like,
You can have coffee in the courtyard at Hospital,
Yeah.
talk to your board members, and
Exactly.
if you can ask big questions, if you're interested in learning.
yeah, I think that'd be cool. Yeah, it's something like that, like not too formal, I think would be fantastic.
But then again, at the same time, well,
I'm not
no,
surprised.
no, it took me all brain, they're all side there,
Yeah.
and you're talking business, but it's not business. Where does this fall?
Yeah, I know.
So,
Yeah.
I'll ask her for.
And my
Yeah. I think,
So anyway.
Steve had some good feedback when we were thinking about like, how do we advertise and let people know about the opening? About,
Yeah.
and we can reach out to even like our school district partners, like, how do you kind of do that?
Right, school newsletter.
That's why.
Counties do those kind of advertisements for us, but they're so,
Right, yeah, there's so, yeah. Mhm.
right, and they require the published area of the publication.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I like the idea though, Rosie, why don't we just develop it?
because I'll see what we can do, I'll pass Noel, but even with putting the call for election on the agenda last month, it was in the consent calendar, so nothing
Yeah.
was,
No discussion.
right, so it's not that aware, very much awareness, so,
Right,
okay,
yeah,
we'll see what we can do.
okay.
When I would write out a. No, I was, I've been. I thought I wanted to put our special there, so.
Yeah.
David Brad, I guess I worked for this.
And you did.
So she then they. And then. she
Because I hopped on.
operated.
And I was all the time.
So it was
Oh, you're awesome.
It's just like.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially if she was.
She just ran
Oh my God.
constant.
That's a.
I know, that's what I was like, putting out.
Going around.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
one doors.
Okay.
I wish we had a spot. I'm not saying a website. Something.
Definitely, if you have a quick question on the
There you
ACHC
go.
stuff.
Yeah.
I want to go on the lines.
Does it have like a membership login where we can access?
I think we have to check in with Rosie because
Webinar?
there's a woman, when you go on the site, there's a woman's
Yeah.
name. I think you all could remember.
Yeah.
I'm, but they're covered in that, even membership directly, and
I think it's.
Yeah, Yeah.
But yeah, I think that because you are members. And so there's a series of six.
Yeah.
There's a series of six. It's just, it would have been a lot of things. Today I'm just watching. And, but
Yeah,
they're
no.
good. They're good.
Oh,
videos.
always.
And then some of the materials, I
I've
think.
always been a huge.
To think about them and think about how.
Today, the registration for the, I was excited,
But it's
like,
okay.
it was good.
And it doesn't
know,
give you
it's not always that.
I did assignment of goals.
No,
So to like
we
work
don't hear
through
that. I
that.
think I saw Manny Rodriguez from Haiti.
Yeah.
He had to say,
Yeah,
he was here.
But yeah, the tools were great.
He was needed.
Okay, and I would imagine, I don't know, but if I know, once you're.
Yeah.
elected, I would-
Yeah, I went to San Luis yesterday
Emails
and they're doing my best job, but, you know, I walk there,
because you
yeah,
have
I don't even. go
sister
there.
districts, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thinking about all kinds of.
A whole other thing, right?
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah,
walk
and honoring
to your
that.
medical?
Yeah.
That would be good.
Don't engage in
Yeah.
that, yeah. So anyway, Jesse's doing good,
Yeah.
so. I don't know, Jesse seems to be really
Well, I don't know that
how-
we voted.
Oh, he's doing good, but you know, his sisters don't know. Feels like this walking. She lives by.
They're going, they're.
The other one lives by Italy.
Oh, that's. about
And
it.
every week, next week, he doesn't see them for 6 weeks, that's a new year.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just.
Surgery, because they've never
Yeah,
seen
and
how-
I can, I'll put in my notes to just
Sorry.
yeah, to.
Okay.
Or yourself.
You go quick.
And they're the extra mad guy. Oh my God, we need to take him to the priest. So he can be blessed.
How's it going, Dr. Gallagher?
So that's what.
Feels nice to stand up a little bit, huh? Are you working
By
today?
helping me.
Yeah.
Or you just got off of work or you're getting back on after
I'm
this?
trying to go to church like
I'm on-
3 times a week and
Oh.
not help each other.
Morning and there's so.
So I can. Yeah, I bet.
We have our locums person who's got this. You know, we
Yeah.
can.
Don't like it.
Oh, yeah, I heard you talk about that summit. I didn't know it was on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, my brother, my sister, right?
I think.
I was here the first year.
Okay, good.
Helped me, she moved. here for a
Definitely
year.
check with Steve about the.
So.
And then, you know, everything else.
Spain.
I know.
They send me
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm in this new.
There you go. Yeah, I heard you talking to Steve about it
My
yesterday.
family's all over.
I didn't know it was 100 pounds.
But,
Yeah. No, I understand. I think, it's kind of interesting. Just an interesting dynamic, but now I think we're.
And the mom gonna
Back.
show up.
Oh.
It
Yeah,
was interesting that.
But Celeste across the street, she went with that guy, say.
He could bring this
Celeste called me
to,
like this.
like the.
Don't
non-large
cook for
we
St.
share
Patrick. I cook it for St. Patrick's, and not ready yet, don't cook, I'll give you food for St. Patrick's.
To, at least it's.
She, my sister was such, but. Oh, what happened?
Sort of.
That's that. And then Celeste, I said, don't give me too much, it's one of those spoiled things.
right. What did Shasta say?
Right, like, but it's like.
And
Such a-
all the, as you said, plus your 6 hours.
This input and that input,
I took.
Yeah.
and then.
Well, all right.
Like,
I
you
took
feel
my-
like.
Look forward to more details.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, I mean, I'm not naturally.
I think he's losing some battle.
Ourselves. Like my.
Anyway, my brother and sister.
It's better work.
Yeah.
Or
Every round, like-
situation. Well,
My brother.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I've said 4:37. And it's 4:37. Dr. Gallagher's ready. You're ready.
Lisa's ready.
They're here, they just need to have a seat.
And.
Yeah.
So.
I know.
Yeah.
All the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I facilitated a strategic planning retreat for the school.
Uh-huh.
And we did it in a classroom. And the teacher had the chime that she had for the kids because it's not as like off-putting.
Yeah.
And, you know, people talk, I kept hitting the chime, no one was listening, and I was like, the kids are better.
It's like, oh, if you can hear me once, so if you can hear me twice.
Yeah.
All the
Or whatever. And like, oh, that's a good one.
All these verbal cues.
Yeah.
Because they bump, 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 and the kids go bump, bump. Okay, so I'm gonna get the board members, yes, what priority?
Probably.
Oh, kids. Okay, I'm gonna ask that we focus.
All right.
I know.
There you go.
And so we're gonna shift now, we're gonna ask the board members to have some breakout time to talk together.
Oh, really? No, I don't need to talk to.
You're gonna talk to us, that's what's happening. In front of you is a little handout, and it's intended to be a framework for a position description. So we've talked a lot about what is governance and how do you assess your own performance? And this idea of what information do you need to execute your role effectively? And part of the tools that could help that is to be clear on what the role is. And you all have had experience now working in this role for a bit of time, evaluating yourselves in the role. So this is just a background slide, because we've already heard this. What is governance? Just to keep us grounded in that concept, right? It's structured group decision-making, a process by people entrusted with a fiduciary role to establish a direction, the policy framework, secure resources, monitor progress on behalf of the organization, right? That's what you're here for. You want to recognizing that we don't have Steve and I launched right in. I should perhaps wait for our CEO before I go.
Oh. We can create a different story for him.
Yeah. I need like a trivia question or something. Huh.
Knowing Steve, he'll be perfectly fine if we just operate without him.
Just keep
I
going.
think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's seen.
He won't be
this,
offended.
this is new to him.
There he is.
Oh, good. Okay, in the board packet, we started. Sorry about that.
That's fine, thank you.
In the board packet, there was a tool that the association provided that framed both the duties, right? The how do you show up and the responsibilities that board members hold. And so your core board responsibilities, high level lumped together, big picture are, management oversight. So you select, support and evaluate your CEO. You have financial oversight. So you're adopting your budgets, monitoring performance, receiving education that enables you to do those things. You have quality oversight, quality being inclusive of patient safety. In the Medi-Cal space, also equity, right? So it's a much broader definition than it once was. You set strategic direction, you engage in advocacy, and then that you have this role to self-assess and develop yourselves, right? That's part of your governance responsibilities. Fiduciary duties, so this is how board members carry out their roles. So you have a duty of care as a board member. We've heard this, I'm not going to go through it all. Duty of loyalty, duty of obedience. Okay, so what I want you all to do is to take some time. I want you to break into, I think because there's 5 of you, you're going to have a group of 2 and a group of 3. So maybe Tony and Dr. Gallagher.
Got it.
And then you 3 can meet together. In front of you is a little handout. It's a template position description. And I'm going to collect those when you're done making notations on them. But I want you to talk about how you would describe the role and responsibilities and the expected behaviors of a board member for these boards. You can consider both what is the role and what is not the role. Sometimes it's easier to do the negative, so whichever way makes sense for you. And on your sheet, what you're doing is making note of the key concepts, right? So when you're thinking about the role, how would you describe the role? When you're thinking about the specific responsibilities, what language would you use to describe this role and responsibility for this board? We're going to give you 15 minutes to discuss. And I don't think I have another slide except for the discussion. Yeah, so I can leave this up just so that you have that. Any questions before we release you to speak with each other? And if you're more comfortable, I mean, there's plenty of chairs in the back. You can get up and move around. It might spur your creativity. Right.
All right.
How are you putting us?
We're gonna go over you.
We're
We're
going.
manifesting my non-linear.
Yeah. She wanted out of
You're
that.
getting it.
Did it. Okay, so, 15 minutes
That's right.
would have us come back at 5 o'clock-ish. Great.
I do in front.
And then,
Hanging in there.
Steve, I don't know for the staff who aren't presenting, I think that
You want
they
me
can catch
You
up,
don't have
right?
to listen to you.
They can have it.
Uh,
Too, and catch up.
You're gonna describe
We'll
or?
grab a snack first.
Okay.
A little bit.
You have your carbs? If you can.
Oh, we have a time.
Yeah. it's task.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right through Zen Garden.
Oh, good.
I mean, I'm gonna go.
Yeah. All right.
So what says ye? What says ye on the board roll?
Yeah.
So. Let's describe. What is the board member's position? Establishing direction, establishing priorities, framework, see the monitors. Good question.
You can go read that contract I sent you
I
yesterday.
think you got more responsibilities.
37 pages.
Oh. I like that. But maybe I'm like, well,
Roll it. So for, I think we're supposed to discuss these one.
Sure. No.
So for number one in terms of like establishing direction. I think
Yeah.
more so about like, it's almost like.
Yeah.
It's almost like understanding what you're. I don't know if that's like the right sort of way of thinking of it.
I'm maybe curious. Thank you.
With the end goal.
Yeah, in terms of establishing direction. That that's like what our role is in that. So I've basically seen the vision like at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying like. This is in terms of establishing the direction, us determining in 5 years, 10 years, 15 or whatever, maybe it's not that straightforward, but I'm saying. You see like where we want to be as an district in the hospital. And then his responsibility. This is how we get there.
Bring it back in, conflict manager, but you adjourn two public, or sorry, you adjourn two closed sessions.
Well, the adjournment is just,
Like you.
a formality. You could do it at any time. They don't have to adjourn the closed session. They could adjourn and come out. And after public comment is read, but I wonder, the only thing I kind of wonder is public comment is meant to influence their conversation.
And I think it's implied of like,
It's like the adjournment.
Establishing
of the closed session, not the closed
as a
session,
team,
but like
as a
the
board,
the
not.
public input or the publicly broadcasted piece of it. All
So I think there's, in my relating or two parts of that are like establishing direction and applying. Establishing an end goal and communicating it. Communicating it.
For the closed.
Wow, you like.
Oh, I know, I'm saying like.
Something stronger than Ross.
Clear my stuff.
I'm wondering right now. I think the copy was ready and now it's kind of coming down. There you go.
It's more.
I think communicating
More.
says up there.
You need a Pepsi.
That assumes.
Yeah. What do you think it's not like, in terms of establishing like direction?
I don't think there is a, like, it's clear, that's a statement, I don't think there's a negative to that. I mean, it could be something like, yes, at your video.
Yeah.
That's my suspicion
Or like,
about
yeah, I think you're probably right.
policy,
But like,
things like that. There's
to a negative extent, being an outlier of the overall whole of the board. You know what I mean?
Yeah, being disruptive or something like that, you know.
Well, establishing direction, like, it seems really straightforward, but it's like what it is not in terms of the role of the board member is like then going down underneath Steve and saying like, okay, in order for us to get there. But essentially trying to do the work, his work of assigning out how to get to that, instead of just like coming up with a vision where we want to be and communicating that well. Mostly that, I think, but. Still want to spend too much time on it, not right now, but, so establishing policy framework. What is the role? What is our role in that? Well, I think depending on like which one of the boards we're talking about. So for instance, like establishing policy framework for the district board would be like, advise like, how do we get to a point where if what is our policy for bringing in like, first like starting a community initiative, you know, or those sorts of things. But I don't know, like, I struggle with that with the establishment policy framework. Really come back. Yeah, we'll come back to that one. Agree.
Yeah.
Oversee, monitor, performance. What's our role in that? To oversee, monitor, performance? Set up the metrics or But I think like, so we can, I think it's important for us to like, to not necessarily set up the metrics, but to say like these, to give feedback on the metrics that like the CEO and the management team think is important. And to say, like, we understand this, but these are the ones that for overall direction of getting us to where we want to go. The ones that are important. So it's almost like shaping something. You know, sure. Because I think like all of these kind of work within one another. So
Sure enough, agreed. All aspects of it.
Okay. Number 4, secure resources.
Would you think that's a?
Yeah, that's a board
role.
Yeah. I wouldn't think so either. I think that's the one for a board role, secure resources. I mean, other than like advocating for that, but I think that's even like a, I don't know, it's like an outside purview of the board.
Agreed.
To secure resources. I mean,
That's what it's not.
yeah.
It's a trick question.
Sure. Yeah, maybe I'm just not looking at it and it's just my experience. So, the only thing I can think about is just the advocacy piece. Our role in that is to be in the room or to be a resource for management when they're going on tours and potential partnership that needs secure resources, but even that
Context and such.
exactly, yeah.
I thought about speakers on the programs with the sort of we could do.
Right. Oh, right. want to work back to policy framework, establish policy framework.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's in, I think it in mind, like the establishing direction, kind of. I think like, if we are gonna put something on a number two would be establish policy framework. I think it's ensuring that all policies are like based in like health equity, is at least for this board, but I don't know if that means like overall, just like board. So like establishing like that when the hospital and staff establish a policy that it is in tune with the will of the community, the people that are like citizens. Partially, yeah. So that it's not like, a policy that we're putting in place for something like, our minimum wage or something like that, right? Like some, that it is our like board or staff policy of like our minimum wage would be $25 an hour by X date, or like even $30 or whatever we choose to do, or a policy decision, like ensuring that like, while that might be difficult for the district to accomplish, like that is the will or like the want and the need of the community. So like that being our role, providing that sort of like that perspective in the decision-making process or the overall direction. Gotcha. Yeah. So I'm gonna write that down.
I think you have the subset of number 4, the situation in which we secure resources.
Yeah.
That's an answer.
Yeah, just. I put in there strong for fun. But, I think it's mostly advocacy and that sort of stuff. But, so board responsibilities, this is, the first one's management oversight. So ensuring that the CEO is implementing, in my opinion, ensuring that he's or her is implementing strategies in order for us to have correct oversight. And so financial oversight and board responsibilities. Tasks as board member responsible.
We're good. Okay, we should be wrapping up so that we can come back
Whoa.
together. Is there more? I know there's so much to talk about. How much more time do you need?
Cap of 2/3.
We're a slow group. We contemplate over here. So.
That's good. This is serious. Okay, I'm gonna set my timer for 2 more minutes.
Okay. Rapid fire, John.
First thing.
Yeah, financial oversight. Set strategic direction. Advocacy. He's thought this sounds kind of great a lot. But myself responsible.
She went way more carefully. I'm an engineer, didn't go near it. You know, I don't know. Yeah.
Is there?
Almost 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
You doing all right? I think so. Trying here rapid fire. Yeah, because some of these are. Or like, I'm working my way up, down the. Yeah. My way up the bottom, so like I have number 5. The self-assessment, be engaged and thoughtful. Strengths. Or advocacies, educate yourself, understand issues from perspective of the organization. Set strategic direction, so. Wise, it's like voice community priorities and also. Yeah, have clear vision, have clear vision.
All right, board members, to keep us on track. I'm gonna ask us to come back to the table.
I'm gonna bang the gavel down if you guys don't come back.
You can stand if it helps to stand.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Only if we get to sit in a circle.
Don't tempt me.
You can stand in a circle.
Okay,
It's just for.
so we're gonna take about 5 minutes. Just to debrief if we need more. What I want to do is try to record from your conversations, the key concepts that you would include in the role and the responsibilities. So I'll record on this flip chart here. So who wants to go first? Just sharing out your conversation, what key concepts came out from role and from responsibility and competency.
Okay.
All right.
So in the board role section, we talked about staying out of operations. We talked about accountability, both ensuring that the staff is accountable to the board and that the board is accountable to the community, so that there's like a throughput of accountability. We talked about setting priorities, especially for the CEO and team. And then we talked about really sort of a role around protecting the data.
Protecting the data.
For example, if there was like being able to really advocate for them, especially in a public setting. And
Is that supporting the staff? Like having the staff back?
yeah, that's better.
That's what all staff wants from their board.
Yeah. Board responsibilities, should we do them one by one?
Yeah,
or-
that's great.
Read, prepare, ask questions. especially for board meetings. And then, we talked about a responsibility around financial sustainability and payment reform advocacy.
Okay.
And then in competencies, we talked about financial literacy, understanding the healthcare ecosystem. And then also board member recruitment and succession planning.
All right. Any context around any of that that you want to share? Anything that was particularly tasty in our conversation?
It's all there.
Was that recruitment and succession for the board or for staff?
For the board.
Board.
Good question. All right.
I'll jump into juicy. It was only during our conversation that I realized, like, subconsciously, I've been putting down the priority list, like checking in with the CEO, making sure we're on the same page, making sure that we're setting the right expectations and accountability, because he's so damn good. He's not here. Oh, shit. Yeah,
It's a public meeting, Mark.
but
It's a public meeting.
shift,
Oh, okay.
shifting our perspective. I'm just saying, I feel like it feels like I feel like we might have deprioritized that because of the quality of our CEO, and I just feel like we all need to be mindful of making sure we're in alignment on our expectations and communication.
So does that go into this accountability between staff and the board?
Yeah, I mean, it was more of that setting priority space with the CEO, just making sure that, again, that we're always keeping that communication going
Yeah.
when we're meeting individually or collectively or in the evaluation process.
Yeah.
But that's important. The CEO feels supported.
Is there something about testing for assumption
Sure.
or testing assumption?
Marcel is really good with articulating. I'm not. I'm just acknowledging, like, my own mind. I feel like it went from making that sure we were always connected before, and now.
You realize as a board,
Yeah.
your staff is high quality and you feel that way, you can focus on other things.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting for your board in a space where you're wanting to create more space for strategic focus. If you have that trust, it's not that you decrease your engagement, it's just that you put your engagement in the place you want it to be. I'm just gonna make a note for myself. Okay, great. Anything else for this group? Before I ask the other group to report out. Okay. All right.
So we had interesting discussion. We went through the board, the role and responsibilities kind of one by one of all the 1 through 4 and then 1 to 5, and then kind of ran out of time before competencies. I think we discussed a lot. So for number 1, for establishing direction, like what is the board's role in that? And it's establishing a clear and concrete end goal and communicating it very well. And establishing direction. And that end goal being not from one board member, but from the board as a team is the concrete end goal where we want to be in 5, 10, 15, 20, or whatever increments we want to measure. Then for establishing policy framework, a lot of different things, mostly just kind of nebulous conversation we're having about like, what does that look like from our role? But one that kind of or I guess to combine two. One was ensuring that community priorities and needs are part of that conversation and policy or framework and when we're establishing that. And then that our strategic goals are considered in leading that conversation and policy framework. And then three, for overseeing monitoring performance is helping the CEO drill down on what metrics are useful for ultimate for the oversight.
Okay,
What we find useful for us to be educated about overseeing and monitoring performance, what metrics we find useful. And then for number four, this was difficult for us, I think, in terms of securing resources and stuff, like where our role is. And so I have on here struggled to find connection. I don't think that that's like an actual answer. I think it's just our general thought of like, I don't know what role we are playing in it, but I know that we're saying like, whatever it is, would be interested to see what it would be. For the responsibilities for number one, for management and oversight, for our responsibility in that is ensuring that the CEO is implementing strategies in proper direction. I don't for number two, for the financial oversight, is being present and engaged in meetings, and understanding what the goals are both in the short term and long term for financial viability. For number three, for strategic direction is voice community priorities and have a clear vision, kind of the same stuff. The advocacy is, for number four, is to self-educate, understand the issues, and from the perspective of the organization. And then for number five is being engaged and thoughtful in our strengths and weaknesses for self-assessment and development.
my handwriting's terrible, sorry. Okay,
And then competencies that I don't know like what engagement would be and that sort of competency, but that was one, is like being willing to be engaged in all different aspects of being a board member. And then definitely accountability, judgment, and then integrity as well.
did you say judgment? And integrity?
Yeah. Integrity especially. That was it.
I know that looks chaotic, but I will make sense of it. I think this is a good starting place. Any disagreement, anything that stands out, any place you want to endorse your peers' thoughts? This work.
Think more strongly defining some of these, but I think, like you said, this is a great start.
Yeah.
So like, what is, and in the role, like, what is accountability? Like, what does that mean?
What does that look like?
Yeah, what does it look like?
Yeah.
And I think it's nice that stay out of ops and accountability are like together, or at
Right.
least like one underneath the other. Because I think they're like one in the two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, making sure that- Sorry, I spoke over you.
No, no. It's fine.
Yeah, maintaining your accountability,
Right.
not maintaining staff.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, great. From a formality standpoint, shall we call for public comment?
Oh, right. Yeah,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, and the survey says no. Okay. Yeah.
Public comment, yeah.
I don't, there's a question, which means you don't have to say anything because it's public comment, but if you saw this you saw this role and opportunity out in the public, is this a board that you would want to sign up for? Would you look at this and say, yeah, I could get my head around this, or, you know, what about that excites? What about the job roles and responsibilities excites you? And you don't have to answer the last part. Does it excite you? Is it something that seems like a ho-hum yawner, or is it a board that you want to sign up for because I imagine you're collecting funds to run, to go door to door. It's an exercise in effort. Do you want to make the effort for this?
That's an
Thank you for
awesome,
hearing my comment.
no, that's an awesome
Very
comment.
impressive.
Yeah.
It's a great call.
I'll forward that to Steve. No, I'm kidding.
Well, once it's all written out,
You're right.
I
Yeah.
think we may be able to see if any wording needs to change, but it talks about accountability and fiduciary responsibility. I think that's kind of the message, depending on how it's written out.
Caption, describe a board that we're inspired to serve.
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. that's-
And part of it might be connecting to this vision.
Right.
And the goals that you have.
Mhm.
I'm.
That's a really good comment. Or question.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, we're gonna transition now to another item where you get to really engage in content that is part of your role, and thinking so much about what you've all identified as this opportunity to connect to the community and have the community understand who the district and who the hospital is. So Nancy's gonna talk with us about branding.
Great, thank you.
Nancy, you want to grab the clicker?
Yeah.
Give me just one moment there. Hold on. Don't click yet.
I won't click it.
Yeah.
Did you hear my back?
No, I just heard that with Jesus.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, so, we've talked a lot today about engaging with the community and helping them understand who we are, who this district is, this new, a lot of people probably know they live within the confines of the Powder Valley Unified School District, but they may not know they're living in this new thing, that is the healthcare district, right? We did we made headway for sure during the measuring campaign. Maybe when they went to vote, they got it, maybe they didn't, right? So, so we've talked about, how do we tell our story? And one of the most important and foundational elements of going out and communicating is really having a clear picture of your brand. Who are you? Who is the district? How do they relate to the hospital? And so I wanted to talk today about that. If we're going to begin that journey, it's really important to have that as a base. If you think about a house, it's built on a foundation, and the who we are is really that foundation. Because if they don't know who you are, who's talking to them? They don't know, right? Who is communicating with me? So I want to take you through just a little bit of background. Obviously we here again, just that there's a lack of brand identity of the district, and then the relationship between the district and the foundation and the hospital, very much misunderstood, and just a lack of knowledge out there, right? And also when the district was formed, we were talking about this earlier, is that you were so busy just trying to keep the front door open of this place, right? And put all this foundation of, the policies and all of that into place, and the board, that there really was no time to think about brand identity or the related communication of who we are as a brand. So that's kind of the background of today's discussion. And so when you think about it, the logo is one of the key visuals for representing who you are, right? When you see, any logo, we're all consumers. We see lots of logos out there. They tell a story. They're a visual of what that brand stands for. So right now these are our logos. And the placeholder logo really was put in place in the beginning. And it's interesting because I think I was here 3 or 4 months before I was sitting at my computer one day and went, oh my gosh,
I just figured out.
what that thing
I
is.
just figured it
It's
out.
the outline of the district, literally. And I thought, if I'm the marketing director and I don't know what that is, I will guarantee you that the public has no idea what that visual means. So there we are. So the foundation at the same time is in need of a logo. They don't have one. This is just how they put the words together. on their current letterhead, but they need to present a clear brand to donors. At the same time, the hospital logo is, it's outdated. It's very corporate looking. It really represents the old, not the new. When we talk about who we are now as a nonprofit district hospital, that doesn't feel warm and fuzzy to me. It doesn't feel like the hospital that wants to engage and make a difference in the lives of our community. So here we are, in terms of the background. So what's our solution? So let's just go through. The goal of this would be to effectively brand these three linked organizations, the district, the hospital, the foundation, as part of the same, but each with its own unique purpose. Our strategy here is to create a family of logos to basically establish visually the brand, design logos that solidify that relationship, but give each organization its own unique look and feel, and ensure that whatever we do, we're getting input from the community, and that whatever we put forward, it actually resonates with people. People go, oh, I get it. I understand what they stand for, because that reflects that to me, right? And that's, you know, we talked about in terms of you all as a board getting input and feedback, here we are, this is it in motion. It gives us the opportunity to get that feedback and really, with the logo, which again is a foundational element of communication. So today, I wanted to share what's going on with this with you. And you guys are going to be my first little mini focus group. And I'll talk about that in a second. We're going to get community input on this. And in the end, we all know what we're about, right? We know who we are and what we stand for. And so it actually, our opinions don't matter nearly as much as the people who don't know who we are. So I want, as I ask your opinions and thoughts today, I want you to really try and be in your shoes as a member of a person who lives in the district. We'll talk about that. So in terms of the timeline, I started in April to work on some design concepts. And then in May, Paul Vandenberg, who is a good friend of the hospitals and who is a professional logo graphic designer, offered to give us his professional help pro bono, which was amazing. Because we really, even though this was such a huge need, there really isn't a lot of extra budget floating around for this kind of work. So anyway, we're super grateful for him. I'm talking to you guys now. I'll be talking to the foundation board later this month to bring them in the loop. We're going to be doing focus groups with the community in July and August, and hopefully we'll have final logos ready to go late summer, early fall. That's our timeline. And the good news, Marcus, is that it's costing us almost nothing. Thankfully, the design, like I said, between myself and Paul, focus groups is something I've done for 20 years, so I'm going to conduct the focus groups. Most of the implementation is digital, you know, it's on the website, it's in social media, it's our emails. You know, we may spend some nominal money on basic letterhead, and the building monument signs out front, they are really important, and we're hoping that we can use bond funding for that as it's part of the infrastructure. It shows the community, it's an outward sign that says, oh, something's different over there. It's not the same old logo that, you know, it's something new and different and fresh look. So anyway, that's the good news in terms of cost. So we looked at this many times already today, and you guys know this inside and out. There's a lot of words on this slide. But the good news is that you've already done a lot of the groundwork for branding. Branding is about soul searching, right? It's about who are we? And so when you just look at this, you see people, right? You see community. And that's our focus, and we all know it. And so it's things like, you know, people and striving for excellence, and we're family and we're trustworthy. And when you work on branding, I often tell people, think about the brand as a person. If this organization were a person, what would its personality be? Think about it for a second. But what is our personality? And this reflects our personality, right? We sure as heck better be caring and, you know, community focused, right? That's what we do. That's the whole reason for our existence, is to take care of people in some of their hardest times in life, right? And so that's why we see the things up here. And in terms of the community and the stuff we've been talking about today, to be our community's champion and advocate for health and wellness and to improve the lives of our community for generations to come. I mean, I think the vision really sums it up. That's who we are, right? These are our values, just like each of us individually have our own value system we live by. This is us. So that's the great news is we've already done this groundwork and you guys and the staff have put a lot of time and effort into defining this. So here we are, our current logos, which I think, so we're gonna update this look so we can reflect that personality. I do wanna just as an FYI, let you know, right now, these are all out there. This is the really old one that this one replaced. This you guys see on the board packet every month. This logo is actually gonna go, the hospital corp is just a legal name for this. This is the DBA, this is the outward facing public name. So there'll be a logo for the hospital. Of course, this name will be on contracts or whatever legally it has to be on, but you won't see a logo for the hospital corp because it is this. So there will be 3 logos, the hospital, the foundation and the district. And so it's just. Okay, so I want to take you through these concepts and first there's 3 families. So each family of logos that I'm going to show you are, each one has the 3 versions, one for each organization. So these are the design concepts we're looking at. They've gone through an initial vetting just to be sure there are no similar logos out there. It's almost impossible to create something really completely unique with, especially with AI. Literally, when graphic designers are sitting there creating something completely new, there's a button over there that says, hey, would you like me to produce like 100 other things that look like what you're currently working on? It just came out of your brain and the computer generates it. So it's really, so it's difficult, but nonetheless, the general rule of thumb from, trademark attorneys is that if you're 25 to 30% different than this other thing that looks very similar, you're okay. And so, so that's kind of what I did is looked at logos and trademarks. And so this what I'm going to show you has been vetted. And then, like I said, you guys are the mini focus group, and I'm going to ask you if you could I want you to just absorb these as I go through, and I'm going to go through kind of slowly. I want you to take them in. I'm going to ask you a couple questions at the end. Okay, but I am going to ask you to put on a different hat because you all are super knowledgeable as board members, but you're each residents of the district, right? You are potential patients here. Some of you have family members who are here as patients, and I want you to think about these logos as somebody who might bring their loved one into the emergency room tomorrow, right? And think about that. So I'm going to go through these quickly, and then I'll ask you the questions at the end, and that's where we'll have some discussion. Okay. So this is family number 1. And this one obviously is for Watsonville Community Hospital. And this would be family 1 for foundation. And that would be the iteration of the same family for the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District. So you can see the goal being similar design. You know that they're part of the same organization, and yet they're each a little different. A little different iteration on family 1 is this, and I'll show these together at the end so you can see the differences. But this is just a slightly different iteration, still family number 1 and a foundation. And then the district. And what I'm showing here is whatever logo we wind up with in the end, we will have like multiple versions of them. So this just shows how it might be applied in different ways, a square format versus a long skinny. If you're going to print your logo on the side of a pen, you're going to want that. You can't have that. So that's just whatever we wind up with. There will always be multiple formats of it. Okay, so that's family number 1. Family number 2 of logo concepts for the hospital. Again, just a different iteration, same logo concept for the hospital. There it is for the foundation. And the Palmer Valley Healthcare District. All right, and the last family, number 3, for Watsonville Community Hospital. And foundation. And the district. So. These are the 2 slightly different iterations of family 1, family 2, family 3, just showing them all from the hospital.
Can I ask a question? Are like, those supposed to be like the head and arms?
Well,
Whatever you want.
it's all in the eye of
Whatever
the
you want.
beholder.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, you can, yeah, I mean, that's,
Birds.
and there are again, the 2 different slight iterations of the family number 1 at the top, number 2 and number 3 for the district logos. So, these are the questions I have for you. And again, remember, I want you to have a different hat on, please, if you can work with me here. Go into this other role. If you guys all live there, you all have family members, you may be a parent. I want you to ask, I want to ask you 2 questions. As a resident and potential patient here, which of these logo concepts resonates best with you? Which one feels most like the hospital you know and might be a patient of one day? And which best depicts, and this gets back to who we are as our personality, which of these logos best depicts a hospital who wants to improve the health and lives of our community? Okay, think about it. A hospital that wants to improve the health and lives of our community. That's what I'm asking you for. I'm not asking you for your board member opinion. I'm asking you for what you think reflects the personality. So I'm going to go back so that you can look at them all. And now I would welcome thoughts and again, what resonates with you and which one depicts a hospital who wants to improve the health and lives of our community? Thoughts?
I'll go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
No chicken.
Go ahead, Marcella. She said she's no chicken. Oh.
My favorite is number 1, that 1A.
The 1A, okay. Any reason or
Because
what resonated for you?
It does show people to me, like heads with arms, but I like the rainbow. Because that's a whole new segment of the community that would feel identified and feel free to come here.
Okay,
So the rainbow appeals to me.
okay.
It may scare some people, but
Yeah.
some people may
So
not
for you,
notice,
okay,
but the
interesting.
people who care about it may notice.
Okay. Interesting that's, yes, every time we do these, we get this myriad of perceptions and it's fascinating to me.
Yeah,
So thanks. Anything else, Marcella?
I mean, I like them all, but if we're changing, and we are inclusive, that's what I think.
Okay.
I get the ocean and the mountains on the 4th one, but the bees kind of, the letter bees messing me up.
Okay, so again, the questions are which resonates with you best and which of these logos best depicts a hospital who wants to improve the health and lives of our community? Anyone else? Yeah, Marcus, okay, sorry, Marcus, and then we'll go to Dr. Gallagher. Oh, do you want to go ahead?
Number 2
Okay,
leaves off because the logo is less busy, but it's intriguing, and I really focus on the name. I really want to like when you put 1A up there, I really had a good positive reaction. And I kept drifting to the logo too much and not the name.
okay,
And I really appreciate our comment about, so it's ensuring the thoughtfulness of use of colors. I think that's really important and something I wasn't thinking a lot about. It'd be an interesting idea. I guess I just, again, I just like the way that logo is there, it's prominent, it's cute, it's effective, but I run more to the name.
Okay. Oh, Marcel, did you have one more?
What if the colors change on number 2?
Why?
What if?
Oh, what if? So, great question. We actually had a version of it that had similar colors. And in the research I did, there is a Shutterstock image that is very similar. When I did the research on this particular configuration, I could not find any other organization that used that worldwide in a brand database of, internationally. But there was an image again, and this is something again with the AI and everything that is available as a stock image that's really similar in the colors. So we intentionally did change. So if we had this one, I would not recommend using the multicolors for that. Yeah, so anyway, but great question. Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Geller.
So number 2, both most appeals to me.
Okay,
Numbers 1A and B, I thought more appropriate for a children's hospital.
okay,
And number 3, the logo looks like a cross to me, and so it implies a Catholic or Christian organization.
okay,
Number 2, I had a similar thought to Marcus's, that the name is clear, the logo is a sidelight, it's a pleasant enough sidelight. And then my one thought about number 2 is the boldness of the Watsonville. If there was a way to make it somewhat look like the old font and stuff, that would act as a transitional logo. I had a thought, so.
And I agree about the children. Look. Children hospital.
okay. Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Agree? Okay. Katie or Tony, either of you?
I know.
The thing that popped out to me the most was the one with the valley. I really like the
Oh,
valley.
yeah, let me
Yeah.
go over to the,
Yeah, those are my
I can look at,
favorites.
so
Yeah,
when you say which valley, that valley, that valley?
Like, 1A, 1B, and 2.
yeah.
These three with the
Yeah.
valley?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
I don't like that. I would say my least favorite is number 3
Mhm.
in all iterations.
Yeah.
Okay. And, so you like that the valley is represented visually with this and this?
Uh-huh.
Is that, okay, yeah, well, I'm glad you like that.
And so my mind was instantly wanting to like bring that into the Watsonville Hospital one, but
And of them, is one more, are you drawn, does one resonate with you more than the other of the 1 and 2?
yeah, I feel most drawn to 1A.
Okay. Okay.
I like that it has more people. Or people.
So more people, okay.
Yeah, I like the valley part.
Anything else about 1A?
And I like the color as well, although I also agree with Joe that there's a little bit of like a childlike feature to the colors, but
yeah,
maybe that could be modified by.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, interesting. So, okay,
Yeah, I'm liking the number 2 more.
I know.
Yeah, once you stare at it.
Yeah.
I think for me,
do you want to look at these or the hospital one?
that would be perfect, because I think, or do you have the hospital in the vertical, Nancy?
I have,
I'm sorry, number 2 in a vertical?
this one here?
Yeah.
Or this one?
Yeah, with it on top.
Let me go back into
Just wondering
the.
what it would look
Do you
like.
have
I don't think you do have it, that's what I was looking for yesterday too.
Can you scroll?
That one?
No. Oh, wait,
Power
no,
Valley.
hold on. Yeah, go down. You had it a second
Oh,
ago.
that's the district though.
That's the district.
Sorry,
Well,
don't look here.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, okay.
Yeah.
So I think that there's several cool things about number 2. I think for me, it resonates, it resonates especially when I see it in a vertical.
Mhm.
I see people, I see birds, I see valleys, and I see birds everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's a Pajaro and it's a valley, it's a Watsonville Community Hospital, and when I look at all of them in like a vertical, so like the, almost like the emblem sign, I think the one we were at before where it was Pajaro Valley, if you can look to Pajaro Valley, that one.
Yeah.
And so I also, when I look at logos, I think about what would it look like if we just slash the words off of it? And you put that on a t-shirt and people would eventually feel good about just having the logo, just the emblem by itself.
Right.
And I really like how the emblem sticks out by it on its own. It stands out alone on its own, the Pajaro Valley one, the number 2. Because you get people or you can get birds. And so if you're from this area, you get birds. And if you're not from it, you're like, oh, they're people with their hands up or whatever, right? And then the valley on the bottom is you get the valley, and then in the green, and then in the blue, you get the ocean.
Yeah.
And so I think when you strip it even from the Pajaro Valley Healthcare District, you still get the cross of like the hospital cross there of all the people's arms forming the cross. The one in 1A, I agree with everyone, like that, I think 3 is, for me, it kind of looks like a cactus, like it doesn't work for me. I understand the concept, but it doesn't work for me.
We went from B to cross.
I think Joe said it has like definitely some religious feel to it as well too. But I think the 1A and 1B for me, it's kind of conflicting for me. Like it has some of the same stuff that Joe was talking about, like it feels like a children's hospital because the arms feel really small and, you know, of the people in it. And then also it feels like a soccer emblem. Just how circular it is, you know, it's not very strong, and I understand that.
It's like the FIFA logo.
Yeah, almost like it feels like a soccer emblem to me, like something you would see like on like a jersey or something like that.
I'm curious,
Yeah.
does this one mitigate that for you? or not?
To a smaller extent, yeah, but I do like, I think Marcella said that I like, or maybe Katie, but like, I like more people on that. It makes it feel, for some reason, they're offset and it like messes with my eyes a little bit where I'm like, I can't really tell if they're offset or like, you know what I mean?
I counted them 3 times
yeah.
to make sure. It's horrible.
Yeah.
These are the OCD people.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm guilty of that
But I-
sometimes myself, so.
The Pajaro Valley one for me, like objectively from someone who's like on the outside, you understand like, oh, it's especially when you put it under Watsonville Community Hospital, you understand it's a hospital because for the uninitiated, it is still a cross and you understand that. And I think it'll look great on like the big monolith out front. But I also like the logo of it has so many great, like below the, just like, it resonates with a lot of people in the valley, like in Watsonville. Like if you look at that, there's some really cool logos that have been done here locally for like high school teams. One that sticks out to me is Monte Vista Christian, where they have a horse, it's a Mustang, but there's all these little tiny things inside the Mustang, like the shape of the eye is a airplane because the school was built on an old landing strip. So like this sort of stuff in these logos, it's awesome. So it still resonates with people, but then the people who are initiated, I keep saying initiated, but people who live here, grew up here in the Pajaro Valley, there's so much that they can kind of pick and pull from it. They're like, oh, this is the ocean. Oh, this is the valley. And the color scheme works really well with that. Or they can look at it and say, I see birds all over this place. This is exactly what we want to. So and to that, it stands alone on itself. If you just chop off the wording from it, it stands alone on itself.
All right. Anybody else?
I have another thought to add
Yeah.
about the one we're talking about. There is a certain, maybe serenity is too strong a word, but there's a certain calm.
In this one?
Yeah, which I think is useful. It's a sort of
Yeah.
contradiction in a good way to the hubbub and the crisis and all of that
Yeah.
other stuff. Yeah.
Yes, Marcus.
Just kudos, appreciation.
Yeah.
My gosh, like. We came in and I could remember when the last time Noelle was in person and then she said, oh, don't you silly, don't you remember March 2022? It's like, oh yeah, I do. And I remember her telling us how we inherited all the names and because we wanted to change them. Nope, you're a Par Valley Healthcare District. Nope, you're the Par Valley Healthcare District.
Hospital corporation.
Right, that's the last thing we wanted people, everybody's sick of corporation.
Yeah.
So I really was coming into this ready to see 3 different logos and having a negative reaction to that. And I really love that there's continuity between the logos. And I would even say, why have even 2? Just like, oh, to Tony's point, I could see that logo that right now is called Par Valley Healthcare District being for all 3. And just the naming is different. But I mean, I just want to say thank you. This is, I didn't expect this level of continuity and thoughtfulness for a many focus groups. I'm just grateful that you're here and you brought resources and your approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, no, it's been a great process. And I felt like it's something I've wanted to do since I came and it needed a little time, you know, but I'm really excited that we can put this kind of thing forward because it is to me, it's the base. You have to start with the brand somewhere and then you have the logo, it's an outward visual sign and you have the messaging that goes with that. People start to identify when you see somebody with a shirt on and you go, oh yeah, it's the district, hospital district or whatever. So it is, it's really important. So I appreciate the comment and that you see the value in it.
Thank you.
All right. So anyway, it'll be really fun to go and hear from the community and I will let you know. And the goal is to have, them ranked really in terms of I think that if I can surmise of this group, it sounds like this is the favorite of this group, I would say, and this would be the second, and then the third, if I had to order them, is what I heard you guys as a group. It is interesting, it's great to have more than one focus group because invariably, as human beings, we kind of play off each other's comments. Oh yeah, that, oh yeah, I didn't see that, so it's really, we initially, like when we started that, the people's arms were going the other way. And Sherry said, those look like sad faces to me. And it was like, I hadn't even seen it, but so I always learned so much from people and because everybody sees different things. So super valuable. I really appreciate your thoughtful feedback. And so we'll go out and do a couple more focus groups with community members and really, again, they're who I'm most concerned with. They're who matters the most to me and should to all of us because I want it to resonate and really feel, I want them to feel what we all know about our story. You know what I mean? This is just the beginning of a visual representation of that. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate it.
Very nice.
Oh, you can leave it. You're good. Thank you.
Thanks.
I was asking permission, I'm just gonna say it. If you're in focus groups, I would feel better about different variations of number 2 versus showing focus groups things that we already inherently have some concerns about. Did I-
You wanna put the.
You don't want to show anybody.
Yeah,
Cactus or.
I don't want to get, maybe there's a segment of the population that's really excited over something and be disappointed that we didn't choose that one.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I value that, but I really feel like it has to go through, if it's, you know what, if 1 and 2 or 2 is the one you guys like. If that really is the best, it's gonna rise to the top. I'm confident about that. I think we need to trust the process and, let them say what they feel. And, it's gonna be, a 1, 2, 3. And in the end, it's still, our decision to decide what we think is best. But I would like to hear what people say, because I think that's really the right way to go, is to just let the chips fall where they may, right? I mean, we're gonna hear thoughts and opinions. So I won't give you my own bias.
Kind of a stupid question, but
Yeah.
one of your focus groups involves staff.
Yes, I'm gonna have one just with staff and then with community members and, for sure those two.
Okay,
And then, there's maybe a possible third.
yeah, but
with
staff will
additional
have a
community
say.
members, but yeah,
Thank
for sure. Yep, no, that's really important. Thanks for asking.
What's the timeline on it, Nancy?
Yeah, the timeline is hopefully by August, September, we'll be done with it. So the focus groups are gonna be July, August. Then we get the input. Paul and I will work on incorporating, suggestions, thoughts, and to like the top choice. And then we're done. We have ourselves, a logo that resonates with, people we've queried in the community and in our own internal community.
Just oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say the foundation board will also weigh in later this month too, because it's their logo too.
That's what I'm gonna say for them as well too, but then also, even for, as far as we've come now, I think I know we'll eventually send something out to Paul, like a nice thank you handwritten letter or something like that, but whatever we have to do to just thank them, I think that's.
So, yeah, he's supporting the foundation and it was through the conversations we had, and I said, Nancy, here's this gentleman, he's willing to help us out, and so we will provide in-kind letter of the interest, and we will honor and really just celebrate his contribution to the hospital and the foundation.
I will say, he's so happy to do the work. He really is a big believer in this place, and I'm always just blown away by him. He's so good at what he does, and he's just, I did check in to make sure he wasn't feeling like he was being taken advantage of or anything, and he said, oh, no, like over and over. No, I'm so happy to do this. I'm really excited that somebody's focusing on this. It's so important to the hospital, and he's great. He's been great. Yeah.
You donate what you can, is what they say.
I think so, yeah. So, anyway.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy.
Okay.
Public input?
We do not have anyone on.
Good. Anything now? Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we are at the end of your board's retreat. So I just want to, before I transition this to Steve to close out, I just want to thank your board for your time and attention today. I know it's a lot to sit through 5 hours of content, especially when you're starting at that big picture perspective of governance and thinking about the Brown Act. And then getting a little bit of work in, right, when you're really getting to exercise your governance muscles. So you've all shown up with great integrity today, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to hand it to Steve to close us out.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. So, and I will just start by thanking Stephanie. It's really wonderful to have such a seasoned and skilled professional in this area to facilitate our conversations, to somebody who's not only a coach and a facilitator, but has deep experience with boards like ours and public meetings and what we are doing and trying to do. And so thank you for taking on this task of trying this for the first time for this board, or at least in this iteration of our board. I have 2 final questions for the board after I say thank you for your amazing participation. And that's, what's your homework for me and what's your homework for yourself? I've already written down one item of homework for myself. It's some educational items on key issues influencing district hospitals and key issues in publicly funded programs. So that will be my task over the next few board meetings, as well as one-on-ones, just to do some of that during my CEO reports at the meetings themselves for everybody to hear and understand. And also, as we have one-on-ones, we can dive to, more Q&A on some. But are there any other things you have for me from a takeaway from today? We can go to. It's your homework for yourself. I'll let you assign to yourself.
Anything, yes, any other homework assignments for Steve? Just looking at your general vicinity, if there's any other action.
One thing I'll say that popped out at me is the communication with the medical staff, because those are my people. So I guess I would say homework for you is maybe to partner with myself and or others in how to manifest that.
How to manifest communication between med staff and board, or between myself more and med staff?
No, board, like, cause there wasn't that on one of the
It's
areas.
that closing the loop with the
Closing the
medical
loop.
staff. The relationships between board and staff are strong,
Yes,
and the board rated themselves low in that communication back to medical staff about decisions.
so how can we be more, we, the board, be more effective? And I think my little like homework to myself that I wrote on my phone was to just dig in more on the ACHD website and access their resources and do more self-learning. And ask them, we are members, so sort of ask them what they have available to us.
Yep. Yep, if you identify yourself as a member of the self-care district, they will give you a login or whatever that you need to access the resources. Use your PVHCD.org email address.
My commitment is to come to the meetings, having read my packet and having asked my questions. So that I can be informed and deliberate. So that's my goal. I would like to, at some point, and I can't do it by myself, but find a partner and figure out what angle we can try to use to change our reimbursement. And years ago, this community got really united with the other medical, and we were close, we were getting close to improving that reimbursement, and it fell apart. So I'm interested in how, and I don't want to assign it to anybody because everybody's already so busy. But, you know, I can ask John Lair and I can ask Panetta and I can ask like, do you have any staff that can help me figure out how I can, like, who do I write to? Who do I lobby? Like, who do I get to introduce legislation? You know, I mean, I did it for the city before. I really could figure out. And I'm sure you know some of the answers, so maybe when we meet, we can talk about it, but I'm really interested in improving our reimbursement rate to improve our financial.
So for me, Steve, some of the stuff that when I went back to the list, I was like, hey, for the strengths and weaknesses, and I said, I'm really happy that on everything that was in a weakness, we're already making progress on that. And so I really like the ideas that both you and Nancy have come up for communications outside of the hospital. And so just continuing to develop those and prioritize some of those. And I know Nancy, you're working really hard to get those. So that's my homework for both of you. Because I think to that piece of advocacy for something like Medi-Cal reimbursement rates, stuff like blog or op-eds and demystifying from Steve's perspective or from someone else's perspective in the healthcare industry of like, this is why Medi-Cal reimbursement rates are important in your community, and have that be available throughout the entire state of California, where someone can say, this is a really complex issue, and like Steve and Nancy could put their heads together and say, let's simplify it so that people understand why this is important. So that for me is just continue both your work on that. It's important. For myself, I'm gonna try to go back into some of my notes from the last 2 years and say, and think about what was really helpful for me in the last 2 years, so that as we develop, and maybe it's not year one, but next year, some sort of onboarding process, I can then share that and say, this is when it really clicked for me. And what I think would be really helpful for any potential new board members. So that's my homework.
I'm gonna have to chew on it for a while. I don't have any thoughts at this time.
All right. No pressure.
Gratitude, graciousness, and joy, but I know we're not close to concept, I'm self. So I think one thing I'd ask Steve, is this is like in the weeds to the extent possible to have PowerPoints available when materials go out. They're really helpful. I always find they're illustrative, they're easy to follow, and I get things better once I see the PowerPoint. For me, there's so many things I hold myself accountable for. I think just make sure I'm present and here for meetings. What I feel like right now. Sometimes I feel like I haven't been as much.
Thank you, forget it. We see you in the paper too.
What, do you have a budget?
No.
All right, awesome, thank you, everybody. Stephanie, next step, so you're gonna
Yeah.
do something with these, all these wonderful sheets you've written up, thank you.
Yes, so I will summarize what we heard in this discussion. And that summary can come back to staff, and then we can decide what content comes back through the board. So that you all can be thinking about from that governance plan developments, there's sort of 3 areas for future development for this next year. And those 2 areas for educational opportunities, largely through Steve, meetings with each of you. And then exploring what can your association do to support your board's development. I'll make note of what I heard from the interviews, the pre-retreat interviews, because there was a lot of content and areas that your board's interested in exploring that weren't the focus for today. Because the goals were really about understanding your governance role and how you assessed yourselves and what you wanted to do to strengthen. And my hope is that those goals were met for this board. And I know there's more that you want to do. There's other areas you want to focus. So I'll think about threading that from the feedback that you gave so that you can see that coming forward and staff have access to that. I have really enjoyed the work to support staff in preparing for this retreat. I really believe in the work that you all are doing, and I think it's so important and it's such a significant opportunity. So thank you for this opportunity, and I think with that, we'll hand it back to our chair.
I'm gonna call for public comment one last time.
Let me verify that we have no one online.
Public comment? No? Okay, that I will adjourn this meeting.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Absolutely.
Maxwell, Margaret, Julie, Lisa.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I know you got 10,000 things you probably should have been doing today, but I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think.